An apartment we used to live in had a funny feeling in the hallway by our bedroom. It felt like one of those run and jump on the bed so the monster doesn't grab your ankle kind of vibe. I started feeling bad when trying to dodge it and being creeped out because both my husband and we felt the presence of a little girl, 5 years old to be specific. We always slept with our door closed, but it started to get to the point where I couldn't get myself to close it. I felt like it needed to be open so that she knew we were in there and she felt safe with us. It made me kind of sad. I felt like she was abused or unloved. Once I started embracing it, the uneasy feeling turned to a realization of loneliness. Then that sad, lonely feeling turned into comfort. I was not maternal at all, but for some reason, I had this urge to protect whoever she was and let her know that she was safe with me and my husband and she can't be hurt anymore. After about a month of this, it all disappeared. No feelings, no strange sounds, and our dog stopped staring down that hall. It just felt like an empty apartment. I still think about her 12 years later, especially now that we have an almost 5-year-old little girl. When I was a kid, we lived in a house with a basement that scared me. Nothing was wrong with it. It wasn't unfinished or gross. It didn't smell or have spider webs. It was just wrong. Like it had too much space where there shouldn't be any. The light switch was at the top of the stairs, but even with it on, it never really lit up the room all the way. There was this corner you couldn't see unless you went all the way down, and I hated that. I'd run down, grab whatever my mom asked for, and run back up, my heart pounding the whole time. But the really weird thing is, I don't remember it being as scared when she was there. This woman in the corner, I'd see her out of the corner of my eye standing by the shelves. Sometimes she'd hum. I remember that part clearly, this soft little tune I never recognized. I never told my parents about her. I think I thought that everyone had someone like that in their basement. Years later, after we'd moved out, I finally brought it up. My mom got quiet and said, "You know, you used to hum a tune in your sleep sometimes. I always thought it was something you made up." I didn't. The house I grew up in was haunted. The way it was laid out, I could see my bedroom down the hall and into the living room. My parents' bedroom door was on the other side of the living room, directly across from my door. Late at night, I would hear someone pacing circles in the living room, but I was the only one awake in the house. We didn't have pets. I never said anything because I didn't want the family to think I was nuts. Eventually, I moved out and went to college. After I graduated, I was in a rough spot, financially. My parents had bought a new house. The old one was still empty. They were considering getting renters. They offered it to me to stay for a while. I said no, I didn't want to move in. Mom asked why. I finally gave in and told her that I thought there was a ghost. My mom froze, turned to look at me, and was like, "You hear her too." Turns out she'd also heard it for years and also seen something, but she didn't say anything for the same reason. I was around 5 or kindergarten age when we lived in this small rental house in rural Illinois. The layout was simple: living room, kitchen, 2 bedrooms, a bathroom. What I remember most clearly, though, was the man that used to stand in the doorway of my room at night. He never came in. He never said a word. He just stood there with his hands resting on the door frame, looking at me. I wasn't afraid of him. He didn't feel scary. He felt sad. I remember once asking my mom why the man looked so tired. She asked what man, and I told her the one that watches me sleep. That got me a full sweep of the house and a nightlight installed the same day. I remember years later, I was about 17. My mom and I were looking through old family photos, and I stopped cold at one of them. "That's him," I said, pointing to a man in a flannel shirt standing on a porch. My mom got quiet. "That's your Uncle Paul. He died in that house before you were born." When I was a kid, maybe 5 or 6, I used to talk to someone in my closet. Not like an imaginary friend. At least, that's not what it felt like. I never gave him a name, and he never came out during the day. He would just talk to me at night. Always just a soft whisper from behind the closed door. Nothing scary, really. Just little things like, "It's okay," or "Don't be afraid." I remember asking him once why he stayed in there. He said, "Because I can't leave." Eventually we moved, and I didn't think about it again for years. Fast forward to last Thanksgiving, I was visiting my parents and going through some old boxes in the attic. I find this big envelope filled with papers, a small photo album from our old house. Inside was an old newspaper clipping. A boy, age 7, had died in the home before we'd bought it. He was found in the closet, hiding. I didn't say anything to my parents, just quietly slipped the photo back into the box. After my grandma passed, my dad took her old rocking chair and put it in the corner of our living room. It had always been her chair, the one she sat in during the holidays, always with a blanket over her knees and something warm in her hands. A couple of weeks later, I was home alone, reading on the couch. It was dead quiet, no TV, no windows open, no heater running. And the chair started rocking, just a little, back and forth, slow and steady, like it always had when she was sitting there. I stared at it for a good 10 seconds, waiting for it to stop. It didn't. I didn't move, I just whispered, "Hi, Grandma." And it stopped. Never happened again. There was a show that aired in the early 90s that me and my brother got super into called James Randi, Psychic Detective. It was a program filmed in front of a live audience, and the host, James Randi, would have guests on, all who claimed to possess psychic or unworldly abilities. Then, under controlled experiments, if they can prove their abilities to be true, they'd win a cash prize of $100,000. And wouldn't you be surprised to know that none of the contestants ever won the money over the whole duration of the show being on the air? James Randi was always polite, a very matter-of-fact person when he'd gesture the failed psychic off the stage, and every time, the looks on their faces were so sad, like they really thought they were going to do whatever they were going to do. How do you get such grandiose levels of delusion? To put yourself through that humiliation on TV, in front of a live audience, they volunteered their time to go do that too. It's not like James Randi traveled to their place of business with a camera crew and put them on blast. These people did it to themselves. They probably pulled a couple fast ones in their small towns, thought that they were good enough for the big time. Phony, fake, magician valor. Keeping all this in mind, names have been changed because my brother actually did make a little name for himself in the journalism field, and he works for a news station. Sometimes he takes me along or lets me get backstage with him when they're doing fun events, and I wouldn't want to ruin that. Most I can say is, if you live in the South, let's say Southeast, and watch the morning news, a morning news anchor that you see dressed in a nice suit, looking all professional while he delivers the headlines, that's actually my big brother in disguise. And this story is about when he was in his first year of college. In the suburban area we lived, Right before the houses start turning into businesses, there was a psychic that ran her business out of her house. This place had always been there ever since I could remember. No matter what time, day or night, the neon sign in the window has never been turned off. It looked expensive. The sign took up most of the front window. It was a humongous hand with an eye in the center. Psychic was written above the eye, making it look like it had eyelashes. The owner was a woman. I'd say she was in her late 40s. She looked about our mom's age at the time. Her hair was dyed black, Alice Cooper-looking makeup, the whole 9 yards. But that's all I ever saw of her, until my brother Pete came home on vacation, first semester of college. He was determined to write an investigative hit piece on our local town psychic, expose her for the fraud that she was, blah, blah, blah. He came home like his whole GPA would plummet if he didn't bring this lady down over his 2-week break that he had back in town. He did some of his freshman psychology and convinced me to join him on his mission. I was 15. It was either that or stay home with our parents. I said, yeah, sign me up. He brought home a bunch of spy gadgets like tiny mics and cameras, showed me how to use the recording equipment. His first plan was to call the place himself, ask for an appointment with a made-up story, but we couldn't even find a listing in the phone book. He would have to walk in and do it in person. For his first interaction, Pete was mic'd up while I sat in the back seat of his car, with my lap filled with a clunky transmitter linked up to a tape recorder-looking thing. I don't know how all of it hooked up, but my job was to listen in with these big headphones and move the wire transmitter around if he got staticky. We parked across the street and Pete got out to go in, but when he tried the door, it was locked. Under the neon sign in the window next to the door, there was a much smaller sign with a phone number that he wrote down. But since we'd already made the trip, he knocked. Nobody came to the door. Persistent, Pete kept with rap-tap-tapping on the glass. A disadvantage about working from home is that people have a good idea at knowing when you're there, because all of your cars are in the driveway. That's what made Pete continue knocking. Then, she just appeared at the door. She didn't open it, but she was standing on the other side of the glass, glaring at Pete. I hear him go, "Whoa," and her ask what. He says, "I need a psychic reading," and she says no, then disappeared from the door. Pete starts knocking again and trying to explain his made-up story and why he desperately needs her services, saying that he'll pay her $100. She returns to the glass and tells him that she doesn't take on clients and to go away. Pete says, "But I need your help." She says, "No, you don't," then disappears from the door again. Pete slowly walks back to the car. There's a defeat in his voice that the recording captures when he gets in, along with him cussing at me because I hadn't yet turned off the recorder. Next day, he calls the number that he wrote down, and in a surprising change of predictions that we had, she answered almost on the first ring. It caught Pete off guard, and his first lines are a stammering bumble. Something about his 15-year-old sister's been kidnapped, case has gone cold, needs her help. Somehow, she recognized his voice, confirms that they'd met the day before. He says yes, and then there's a long pause on the phone. Then, she says 3 o'clock and hangs up. Pete says thank you to a dial tone before hanging up his line. He tells me she took the bait. Then we went to the garage and began setting up the equipment in his car, fitting him up with his spy gear. This time he was going to use a small camera, concealed under a baseball cap. Up until we left for his appointment, Pete spent the whole time making sure everything was perfect and rehearsing his story, telling me to throw him a curveball question so he can practice improvising answers. He was ready. He was going to go in there with some random stuff he collected around the house, claim that they were mine, and then ask if she could get a sense as to what happened in my cold case. We got there punctually at 2:50, but the door remained locked until 3. On the dot of 3, the mic picked up a loud squeak when the bolt locks turned on the inside of the door, and then it opened on its own. The moment Pete steps through the threshold of the building, all of his electrical equipment went haywire. I tried moving the transmitter in all different ways, but the static wouldn't let up. Then everything in the car just shut down. He went in there, unaware that his gear had malfunctioned, and closed the door behind him. Now this part is purely from my brother's point of view because none of the equipment would come back on. But there was no reason for him to have lied about what happened and intentionally tank his potential grade for this investigative story. When he returned back to the car, I didn't know how much time had passed. I didn't have a watch on, but he couldn't have been in there for more than 10 minutes. At first, he didn't say anything when he got in the car. I was on the edge of my seat asking what happened. What did it look like in there? Did she buy the story? But then it was the first time I'd seen my big brother cry. He put his head on his steering wheel before focusing a response between his clenched teeth. All he said was, "She's real." Then he stepped on the gas and we drove back home. The car ride was quiet. I could see Pete was still trying to process everything. Eventually he settled down, and I was able to get the whole story about what had happened. When he walked in, she was sitting at a table at the far end of the darkened room. Pete walks in and thanks her for seeing him, and he approaches the table with the items for her to inspect. Behind the woman, incense were burning, and Pete said that he saw a human figure form in the smoke and became a solid entity, standing behind the woman's chair. Again, though, we grew up watching James Randi. Pete was prepared for her tricks. She doesn't acknowledge the being behind her, and Pete ignores it as well, doing his best not to look intimidated or even entertained by something he thought debunkable. My sad cold case story is retold. As she pushes some of the items around on the table in front of her, her hand freezes over an old book. She looks up from the table. She stares deep into my brother's eyes. She says, "Your sister is not missing, but someone else is trying to talk to you." Pete sticks to his story, but is willing to see what she means by someone else. He asks, "Who?" And she asks, "Do you have an uncle, Norman?" He says, "Yes," because we really did have an Uncle Norman. She asked if he died. Pete says yes, because Norm had died in an accident a few years earlier. Norm was like Pete's idol or hero. When she mentioned his name, his skepticism began to melt, and he couldn't hide his genuine emotional response when she started talking about him. We hadn't role-played a situation like this. Pete didn't know how to respond, getting called out directly, still staring right at him. She tells him that she knew he was there under false pretenses. He gave up the goods and admitted to the hit piece he was trying to write for class. How do you stay in business if you don't take clients? Who are you ripping off to pay for all of this expensive stuff? With no other options, he let his questions fly. She told him she doesn't take monetary payments for her services. She knows who really needs her and who doesn't. The decorations in her home and even the home itself were gifts for her, ones that had been given by grateful clients. Then she says, "Norm is here though, and he wants to tell you that he's burning in hell for eternity." She laughs and tells Pete that his soul was weak and that she'll make sure demons devour it to recoup Pete's disrespect. He stood up from the table, started to gather the things that he brought. The woman left him with one last warning before Pete could run out. She addressed him by his real name, saying, "Pete, heed this warning, or you too will join your pathetic Uncle Norm in hell. Never return to this property. If you're walking down the sidewalk, cross the street before you reach my house, or your last name will be a synonym for cursed misfortune." He says he didn't even try to remember that, but he can't forget it. The cloud figure standing behind her then moved like it was coming towards Pete. and that's when he almost fell trying to get out of there. And that was the end of it. I think he changed the topic of his investigative piece on some protests happening at his campus. It was the last time my brother ever attempted that hard-hitting nose-to-the-ground journalism. He traded it for a more political field and never looked back. That psychic's house is still there to this day, and to this day, I don't really have any reason to be walking on that sidewalk, entering town, but if I ever do find myself moseying up that way, I make sure to cross the street before passing the house. When I was 9, my family moved into this older house with a swimming pool, which was a huge deal to me at the time. The house had sat vacant for years, a foreclosure situation, I thought, and the pool had gone completely to hell, full of algae, cracked tiles, busted pump. But my parents had some money saved and spent weeks fixing it up before we officially moved in. I remember my dad joking that the pool was the reason they bought the house in the first place. I helped during the renovation by mostly getting in the way, poking the gunk with sticks. But once it was filled and blue and sparkling again, it did feel like magic. The backyard smelled like chlorine and sunscreen for most of that first summer. It was perfect until it wasn't. I remember the first weird thing happening maybe a month after we moved in. I was swimming alone one afternoon. I wasn't supposed to be, but I always begged and pestered, and eventually my mom would cave so long as I promised to stay in the shallow end. That day I was just floating around on my back when I felt something grab my ankle and yank. It wasn't like kicking off the wall or brushing against a leaf. It was a pull. Hard enough that my head went under and I swallowed water. I came up coughing and flailing, completely freaked out. My mom came running when she heard me yell, but of course, no one was there. She asked if I'd slipped, and I said no, something had grabbed me. Her face did this weird thing where it stayed calm, but her eyes didn't. She made me get out immediately, and we didn't talk about it again. After that, I didn't want to swim alone. And then more stuff started happening. At night, we would hear splashes. Not like frogs jumping in, but big splashes. Like someone cannonballing into the deep end. The first few times, my dad stormed outside, thinking it was teenagers that had broken in, or that an animal had fallen in. But he never found anything. And the water was still. Sometimes the gate would be latched, sometimes it wouldn't be. Sometimes the pool light would flicker even though it had just been replaced. We'd hear water sloshing and crying, muffled, like someone was underwater. One time my bedroom window fogged up from the outside in the middle of the night. It had a small handprint on it. It became this quiet thing in the house. We didn't talk about it, not really. If I said something, my mom would tell me I had a bad dream or was stirring things up again. But even they were on edge. I caught my dad draining and refilling the pool once with no explanation. Just said the filter was acting up. We moved when I was in high school. Nothing dramatic, just a new job for my dad in a different city. It wasn't until I came home from college one Thanksgiving that my mom let something slip. She'd had too much wine, and we were sitting around after dinner when I mentioned how creepy the pool had been. She kind of froze and then said, "You know, I never told you this, but the people who lived there before us, they had a little boy. He drowned in that pool. We learned it later, but we couldn't tell you." I just stared at her. They left after that, she continued. Never came back for their stuff or anything. Your dad found out when he was talking to the old mailman. Said the kid got stuck under one of the broken pool covers. While his mom was just inside making lunch. He was only 7. I was 9 when we moved in. Anyway, I still have a really hard time with swimming pools. I've never been the type to believe in ghosts. Not in a cynical, prove-it-to-me kind of way. I just never really thought about it much. I work in HR, I drink too much coffee, I spend most of my day answering emails and wondering how my inbox is somehow always full. This event happened maybe 2 years ago. I had just started a new job working in a converted historic building downtown. It was neat with its high ceilings, exposed brick, lots of character. It used to be a post office in the early 1900s, and before that, apparently a courthouse or jail, depending on which hallway plaque you believe. I stayed late my second week on the job to finish some onboarding paperwork. Everyone else had cleared out by 5, but I wanted to get ahead. Around 6:30, I was the only one left, sitting at my desk on the 3rd floor. The only light on in the entire wing. It was quiet except for the hum of the exit sign and the occasional creak of the old building itself. But I heard footsteps, not above or below, but on my floor, coming down the hallway, slow and deliberate. I figured it was maintenance or security, but then I remembered the security guy came through right before 5. And there's no cleaning staff until after 9. I poked my head out and said, "Hey, sorry, didn't realize anyone was still here." No answer, just the footsteps continuing. So I followed them down the hallway. Empty office after empty office. No one there. The footsteps just stopped, mid-hallway. I stood there for a second, wondering if maybe the building's acoustics were playing tricks on me, when I felt something, just a shift in the air. Like someone was behind me. I turned around and caught a glimpse, just a flash, of someone stepping into one of the old mail sorting rooms. The door swung gently shut behind them, even though I hadn't heard it open. I went in, heart racing. The room was empty. I even checked behind the filing cabinets. Not a thing. When I told my coworker about it the next day, they just said, "Oh yeah, that wing's weird. The mailroom used to be part of the old jailhouse. They say one of the inmates died in there. Locked in overnight. Forgotten." I figured that was just office gossip, they said. Sure. I laughed it off, of course. Said it was probably just nerves, but I don't want to work late anymore. Not unless someone else is there. I collect Funko pop dolls. It's a bit of an obsession. I have an entire room dedicated to displaying them. If I watch a show, I have Funkos for it. Most recently, I was trying to complete my Golden Girls collection, but I couldn't find a Betty White, so I turned to eBay. Now, Rose Funkos don't hold any special value. Most are under $10, but one listing stood out from the pack. It read, "This thing is evil. Pay the shipping and it's yours. No returns." Well, who could pass up a deal like that? I was thinking that it probably had some sort of defect, but I was willing to pay a few bucks just for the story. I tried asking the seller for specifics, but the only response they gave me was that the thing ruined my life and good luck. This only intrigued me more. There's no shortage of haunted items or cursed dolls on eBay, but they usually come with detailed claims of actual paranormal activity. Yet this person was either too lazy to come up with a good story or too traumatized to talk about it. And either way, I was going to get the doll. A few weeks later, Rose arrived and she looked perfect. The box was in mint condition. I was shocked, my curiosity only increasing. What was the seller's angle? They had a great rating, no complaints, no other haunted items. I couldn't figure it out, but their loss seemed like my gain. I put Rose on the shelf with the rest of my Golden Girls, and I went on with my day. When I woke up the next morning, I went into my office to discover that 3 shelves worth of Funkos had fallen onto the floor. It's safe to say that that had never happened before. I don't have any pets, there's no earthquakes where I live, so what the hell? The next day, same thing. I go into my office and there's a pile of boxes on the floor. This time I was angry. 2 rare ones landed under heavier ones and took on some damage. I like to think that I'm a fairly logical person, but I'm also extremely paranoid. So my first thought was, dear God, did they put something inside that box? Like a remote control camera or tiny robot? I don't know, but it had to be something. I opened Rose and checked every inch of her, but it was just a normal Funko and box. There was nothing extra inside. Nothing seemed to be tampered with. When I was done, the box couldn't really be called mint anymore, so I just threw it away and put Rose on my nightstand. Have you ever woken up in the middle of the night, but you weren't sure why? You know that thing where you think you heard a noise, but now you hear nothing, so maybe you dreamed it. It happened to me twice that night. The second time, I got up to go to the bathroom and I stepped on something painful. It was Rose. She'd fallen onto the floor, again. More annoyed than anything, I put it back on the nightstand, did my business, and returned to bed. The next morning, I rolled onto my back and felt another sharp pain. Rose was in the goddamn bed. I hadn't even placed her on the side next to the bed. If anything, it should have fallen on the floor again. Sweet, innocent Betty White was starting to seem like a secret sadist. Crossing over from angry to freaked out, I threw it in a drawer and planned to forget that it existed. That night, I went to get into bed, but it was occupied. Rose was on my pillow, like someone had placed her there. If I didn't live alone, this would have been the simple explanation. But no one has been in my house. I'm practically a hermit. No one else is ever here. So again, I ask, what the actual hell? That was my last straw. I took the Funko back to my office and locked it in a filing cabinet. That's where it is now. I haven't had any other incidents, but I only go there during the day. I haven't exactly been checking on it. I don't really know what to make of all of this. Like, how the hell does something end up haunting a Funko doll? That's absurd even for paranormal standards, I would think. And not just any Funko doll. Betty White. I guess the only thing I really need to know now is, does anyone want a used Rose Funko doll? It's yours for the price of shipping. I moved into a rental duplex in a small town outside of Asheville, North Carolina, right before spring. It's a nice little sleepy place where people still wave at each other on the sidewalks, and the only restaurant is a diner that closes at 6. I was in a bit of a transition, basically where I was saying new start a lot until it started to feel like one. The unit was clean, the rent was cheap, and the place came with a little patch of gravel driveway that curved around a clump of dogwoods. I didn't know it yet, but that driveway would be the reason I started locking my bedroom window. It started subtle. I'd come home in the morning and see little piles of pebbles in neat triangles on the hood of my car, or one of my side mirrors completely turned inward. The first few times I brushed it off, probably neighborhood kids, could even be a raccoon. But then one morning in early March, I woke up just after 3 a.m. to a sound I couldn't explain. I sleep light, always have. It wasn't a bang or a thud, more like gravel shifting. I crept over to the blinds and peeked out. There, in the soft pill of the porch light, was a girl. She couldn't have been older than 10 or 11, hair pulled back into a low braid, white nightgown stained at the hem. She was barefoot, standing right in the gravel drive, staring at my car. At first I thought that she must be sleepwalking, maybe from the unit next door. But when I opened the door and stepped out onto the porch, she didn't look at me. She didn't move at all. Just as I was about to say something, she just slowly lifted her hand and pointed at the front of my car. I froze, not because of what she did, but because of how she looked doing it. Her arm bent at the wrong angle, her finger crooked like it had been broken and never healed right. And though the porch light should have illuminated her face, it didn't. Her features stayed hidden in the shadows, like the light couldn't quite reach her. I said, "Are you okay?" But the moment the words left my mouth, she dropped her arm, turned around, and walked off, right through the row of dogwoods lining the drive. The next morning, I saw tire marks, long and black, carved through the gravel. My neighbor's car had clearly tried to brake, but not fast enough. He told me later that morning, visibly shaken, he'd swerved to avoid hitting a girl in a white nightgown, standing in the driveway. She came out of nowhere, he said. I don't even know where she could have come from. It was like she was just there. He missed her, but in doing so, slammed into the wooden fence next to the duplex. His airbags deployed, and he was fine, just bruised and terrified. A few days later, I brought it up to the woman who manages the rentals. I kept it casual at first, but when I mentioned what we'd seen, she went quiet. There was an accident in that drive, she finally said. Almost 20 years ago now. Little girl snuck out to ride her bike at night. Driver didn't see her. It was tragic. The girl's name was Lacey. She died right where my car had been parked. I didn't see her again after that night. No more pebbles, no more gravel shifting in the dark. I don't know if she was warning me or my neighbor, or just reliving something that never let her rest. But I know what I saw, and I also know I'm not the only one. This happened about 4 years ago while I was staying in a hotel just outside of Tulsa. Nothing fancy, just one of those mid-range chains off the highway. Waffles in the morning, has free coffee 24/7 in the lobby. I was on a short work trip, just an overnight stay. I got in late, checked in. I headed straight to my room on the 3rd floor. I remember thinking it was quiet, like too quiet. No TVs through the walls, no thumbs from above or below, and no one else in the hallway. That's rare for a hotel like this, but I figured I just got lucky. Around 2 a.m., I woke up feeling weird. Not sick or anything, just like I wasn't alone. It wasn't something loud or anything banging or lights flickering, just a sensation. I sat up in bed and instinctively looked toward the armchair by the window. There was a woman sitting there, not moving, just sitting with her hands on her lap, looking straight ahead, but not at me, towards the TV, which wasn't even on. She was older, gray hair, long sweater, pale face. For half a second, I thought maybe I'd had a stroke or fallen asleep in the lobby or something. Then I blinked and she was gone. I don't mean she faded away or stood up. I mean she wasn't there. The chair was empty. I didn't scream. I didn't get up. I just sat there with my hands gripping the blanket like a little kid. Eventually, I turned on every light in the room, checked the closet, the bathroom, under the bed. Nothing. But I didn't sleep again that night. Just kept the TV on, waited for the sun. The kicker, when I mentioned it to the front desk on checkout, trying to laugh it off like, "Hey, y'all got any ghosts on the 3rd floor?" The clerk just smiled too quickly and said, "You're not the first to ask." I didn't push it. I just took my receipt and left, but I haven't stayed in that hotel chain since. I feel like there has to be more information on this, but I can't find anything beyond cookie-cutter news articles. I couldn't possibly be the only one writing about this. My story can't be the only one. But if it is, please read this before it's suppressed or deleted. I live in central Okanagan, and in late January, I'd gone on an early morning walk with my dog Pickle. It's a routine we do every day. I keep binoculars, a Swiss Army knife, with a flint, and a plastic bag for dog droppings, all in a fanny pack attached to my hip every time we leave. The trail we walk goes on for kilometers, but Pickle and I rarely make it 3 before turning around. In that distance, there's still hallmark vantage points that look over the winery valleys. My Instagram's filled with photos of the view throughout the seasons. In the early morning, it was typical to see a low fog covering the valley in a haze before the sun comes out to evaporate it. There was also an old man that I'd always see driving the rows of vines. There's 4 large plots and he maintains the furthest. I don't think he's ever seen me up there, staring down at him. I'm pretty hidden behind trees and he's barely a speck from where I am, but it's always a fun sight to see. On this day, as we stopped to take in the scenic landscape, there was a slow fog drifting in from the hills unlike anything I'd ever seen. It was bright pink, opaque clouds that were slowly consuming the valley in front of me. The fog was probably about 5 to 6 kilometers away and lower in elevation than where I actually was, but still, watching the fog as it spread made me feel anxious. It floated in such an ominous manner. The crows and other smaller birds started to fly away in large clusters trying to avoid it. I didn't like seeing them do that. It also forced me to notice the lack of nature noise that I'm accustomed to hearing on the trail. I knew Pickle had come back because I could hear him breathing by my leg. I could hear the wind rustling the grass, and it sounded like ocean waves around me. The silence actually rattled me. I'd never heard the world so quiet, so empty. And then a sound began to echo from the valley. It was barely a hum, but I was astonished I could hear it from where I was. I started looking for its source on the furthest plot, and I spotted a large tractor emerging from the fog. It's going full speed and leaving a clear path of destroyed trellis fencing in its wake. It hurtled right through the rows, trying to outrun the cloud. Plumes of brown and green lifted off the ground every time the tractor bucked. I put up my binoculars again to get a better look, but when I got a view of the tractor, I could see through the rear window of the tractor, unobstructed. If there was someone in the driver's seat, their body would be in front of it, blocking out the light. The cab looked abandoned while it creamed through the fields. I put down my binoculars and watched it crash into a bigger piece of machinery before it fell over on its side. No sign of the old man anywhere, and soon the tractor had been completely devoured by the pink looming fog. Pickle started whimpering. He was staring out into the valley, equally as focused on this thing as I was. It spooked me. I didn't want to be in the hills if the fog somehow made its way up. So I grabbed Pickle's leash and we ran home. I made sure to close the doors and all the windows, even going as far as taping the vents shut, but the fog never made it to us and eventually burned off with the morning sun. I spent that day calling everyone I knew to see if they'd seen it. Few folks living east of the valley and one friend right in town said that they'd all seen it. My friend in town, her name's Danny, she said that her house had been surrounded by it around 7 that morning, but she didn't go outside to investigate. She did the same thing that I'd done, which was to seal everything off. The folks living east of the valley told me their dog went missing. They think it used its doggy door to go outside. It got lost in the fog. They were asleep during the time that it would have taken place, and therefore they can't know exactly what happened, but they've had that dog for over a decade, and it's never wandered off before. Their backyard's also lined with a wooden 6-foot fence, that the dog no doubt could scale over if it tried hard enough. But again, this is not the dog's personality. They blamed the fog for its disappearance. No one knew what to make of it. I too blamed the fog, but my theory as to how it happened would have sounded crazier than theirs. And that's because when I got home after seeing it, I'd closed everything up, and the next thing I did was sit down at the computer and Google pink fog. The first few websites only mentioned it as an atmospheric phenomenon when sunlight hits water droplets. That makes sense enough, but it wasn't what we saw. This fog was something different, and it had nothing to do with light tricks. Then I found a collection of reports from the United States involving a carnivorous pink cloud from 1955 to 1966. Residents of Daytona, Florida were terrorized by a thick, creeping ground fog. It's on record being blamed for 12 deaths within that span. The descriptions I read were more in line with what I'd seen in our valley. I don't know that there's been any reported deaths related to the event I witnessed, but I know that the tractor stayed stagnant on its side for over a month, and those tending to the vineyard now, they're part of some commercial company. Who knows what really happened, but it all makes me pretty uneasy to think about. Not sure if this counts as a paranormal story or just a terrifying brush with insanity, but it's stuck with me ever since it happened, and I still don't have a good explanation. Back in my 20s, I was juggling full-time night shifts at a factory while also attending university during the day. Money was tight, and when my parents split up, it got worse. My dad went into a spiral of depression, stopped working, and I ended up picking up a second job just to keep us both afloat. I don't even remember when I last got a full night's sleep during that time. My days blurred into one long, heavy haze of exhaustion, and I could feel myself slowly coming undone. The drive home from work was always the worst. It was just before dawn, 4, maybe 4:30 in the morning, when the roads were dead quiet, and the sky was still that deep, sleepy shade of blue. There's a stretch of freeway I'd take every morning, long and mostly empty, just trees and highway and the occasional passing truck. I can't even count the number of times I caught myself drifting off behind the wheel, only to jolt awake at the rumble of the shoulder lines or the sudden flash of a road sign. But this time was different. I was maybe 15 minutes from home, fighting to keep my eyes open, blasting the cold air and slapping my face to stay alert. And that's when I saw something unusual. Crocodiles, half a dozen of them, massive, prehistoric-looking things sprawled across all 4 lanes of the freeway, like they owned it. Their jaws open, tails twitching, some of them actually turning their heads as if reacting to the sound of my engine. I screamed and swerved hard to avoid them, so I nearly drove off the road and into the embankment. My heart was in my throat. I could still hear the thump-thump of my tires as I jerked back onto the road, convinced I'd hit at least one of them. I slammed on the brakes, shaking, hands clutching the steering wheel, and I looked into the rearview mirror, bracing myself to see some horrific mess behind me. But there was nothing. The highway was empty, not a ripple of movement, not a shape, not even a shadow. I sat there, pulled over on the shoulder, staring at the spot where I know they were, and all I could hear was the blood pounding in my ears. I got out of the car. I walked a few steps back down the road, still expecting to see something. Drag marks, roadkill, anything. But the road was clean, pristine even, like it never happened. I don't know what I saw that night. Maybe it was a dream or a waking hallucination brought on by months of sleep deprivation. Maybe my brain, desperate for rest, snapped for a second, and threw something wild at me just to wake me up. Whatever it was, it worked. I didn't fall asleep that morning. I was so wired with adrenaline, I didn't sleep for another 36 hours after that. I never saw anything like it again, but I stopped taking that long stretch of highway for a good time afterwards. And I still wonder, what if I hadn't swerved? What would I have hit? Would I have even woken up at all? I've got a weird one that happened to my uncle on Evergreen Way in Everett back in the 90s. It was late, and his girlfriend was driving him home from the movies. They'd just gone to see Good Will Hunting in the theaters and apparently had a few drinks while the show was playing, and maybe after. Neither of them would have blown a legal breathalyzer, and it was a torrential downpour that night. This added to the caution his girlfriend would take driving them home. His girlfriend worked at a coffee stand on that road. She was actually familiar with a couple of members of the unhoused population. They would come up to her window, asking for free shit, or be so brazen enough to try to nab the tip jar. They're laughing at all the crazy work stories that she's telling as they pass the stand that's closed down for the night. From the direction they're going, Evergreen turns into a hill. She said she could take her foot off the gas and coast down, tapping the brakes a few times to not go too fast. It's not a steep hill, but it goes for a while, and it's easy to pick up speed. They can see a couple 100 yards ahead of them on this street. They can see the streetlights ahead of them switching colors, regardless of any vehicles present, and a gas station on the corner with the rotating streetlights. This was Uncle and his girlfriend's second date together, and he thought that up until that point, things had been going really good on their date. The windshield wipers are at their highest level and just barely providing enough for her to see. My uncle had offered to drive, but she'd gotten permission to use her dad's Cadillac for their date, so she was insistent that she drove. And in her defense, she was a really safe driver given the circumstances. Unc didn't have any concerns until something caught his eye, a few 100 yards down the hill. There was a man. He wore a tie-dye blanket like a kind of psychedelic mage. The backpack he wore under the largely brightly colored cape made him look disfigured, like a hunchback as he leaned on the damaged aluminum walker with a single yellow tennis ball on one of the legs. Unc points him out to his girlfriend, who's already noticed him, and she doesn't look amused anymore. Her funny stories had stopped, but the sound of rain on the roof of the car was loud enough to fill its space. The stories she'd been sharing with Unc were lighthearted, but all pivoted around very real what-the-fuck situations, ones that she'd been in. Along with those, she had a handful of not-so-lighthearted situations she'd been in. Apparently, Tie-Dye Mage was one disgusting piece of shit. One that she was always calling the cops on because he was constantly harassing her and the other baristas. But specifically, he put this girl through a particularly traumatic situation when she was on a smoke break. He approached her with a pair of garden cutters and his pants around his ankles. He was grunting like a gorilla, and his hood was pulled over his eyes, and his long brown and silver beard, it had food and other unidentifiable crusties stuck in it. She thought that he was robbing her. She put her hands up while telling him that all she had was dry erase markers in her pockets. He kept the cutters extended towards her. So she starts pulling them out and throwing them on the ground to prove that's all she had. But with his other hand, he opened the tie-dye cape, exposing himself to her. With his pants around his ankles, she was able to make an easy escape back to the coffee stand, to lock the windows and doors, and to make another call to the police. All while the guy stood outside, scratching up the side of the coffee stand with the rusty garden tool. That resulted in him going away for another few weeks, but it never prevents him from always wandering back to Evergreen when he got out again. That assault story was not mentioned during her monologue that had them both laughing a minute ago. It would be mentioned when they got back to her parents' house and were sitting in the driveway. But before that, Unc had no idea, and as they're coasting down the hill, she puts her foot back onto the gas pedal, and he feels the SUV start to pick up speed. He asks if she sees him standing on the curb. She tells him yeah, but the Cadillac continued to gain momentum down the hill. He says the guy looks handicapped. If he steps into the street, he wouldn't be quick enough to move back onto the curb. She says something like, he's not handicapped, and if he steps out onto the street, he's gonna die, because I'm going too fast to slam on my brakes in the rain. I won't be able to stop in time. It'll be his fault. Whatever it was verbatim that she told Unc, it was clear she knew exactly what she was doing. And she'd been thinking about it since she saw him far in the distance. She probably saw him before Unc did, and the whole time, she's in the driver's seat, plotting. At the bottom of the hill, it's a straight shot to the light where the guy's located. Unc's gripping his seat as they're getting closer. In his head, he's thinking he's going to either be an accessory to murder, or he's going to have to work with the police to ensure himself that he never gets with this girl again. He was having a moral dilemma of tremendous proportions. Grabbing the steering wheel would kill them both if the SUV lost control, and so the only choice was to sit back in his seat, watch the show taking place out the front windshield. 100 yards quickly turned to 50, and sure enough, the tie-dye mage set his walker off the curb and steps into the road. Unc's stomach sinks like a rock. They had approximately 20 yards before the SUV would make contact. It looked like the homeless man was dancing in their lane and expecting them to swerve around, but she was gripping the steering wheel with both hands and no plans to change lanes. All Unc had time to do was put his hands in a half-hearted attempt to block his face from the shards of glass and human corpse that would potentially be flying his way. With his eyelids glued open, he sees the homeless man dissolve into nothingness as the hood of the Cadillac goes through him without making a sound or any vibrations from the expected thud. The tie-dye man dematerialized from their viewpoint over the dashboard. Then, the road in front of them grew like a concrete wall. Unc still had his arms out in front of him when the passenger airbag deployed and shattered one of his wrists and most of the bones in the fingers. The big, sturdy vehicle they'd been driving had just gone from 50 to 0 within a fraction of a second. This was on account of a pothole the size of a bathtub in the far right lane on Evergreen. The whole front of the SUV had been swallowed by a jagged pit made of concrete, metal, and asphalt. The airbag on the driver's side releases with enough velocity to knock the girl unconscious. It takes Unc a second to regain his sense, and then using only one of his hands, he gets his door open and climbs out of the vehicle. The day's rain had accumulated close to a foot of water in the hole, and when he climbed out, it was impossible not to be soaked. Then he crawls his way out of the pothole. It was waist deep, and when he turned around, he saw the SUV with its back end at a 60-degree incline. Its front end was completely crushed and hidden under the pavement of Evergreen Way. He looked in all directions and quickly discerned how alone they were out there. The streets were vacant of anyone except him. His girlfriend hadn't exited the Cadillac, but Unc was too injured from the accident to climb back in and check on her status. There was a gas station across the street at the same four-way intersection. They let him use their phone to call for help. The girl would rise from the pothole before ambulances arrived. She was bruised, but overall got out of it unharmed. They were taken to the hospital to be evaluated. While they were both in the ER waiting room, they discussed not bringing up the homeless man when they were asked about what happened. It wasn't a necessary part. They were driving down Evergreen Way, doing the speed limit with their SUV, and it was destroyed by an unmarked construction area. There was a sign set up, but the wind blew it into the pothole earlier that night. She never saw the tie-dye man return after that. They were both convinced that what they saw that night was his ghost, but what they can't agree on is if he was trying to help them avoid the pothole, or if he was leading them to it. Unc thought that he was hoping she'd swerve to avoid him, but she never stopped believing that he influenced her to fall in that pothole. Coaxed her, per se. So what do you think? Let's say that it was a ghost. Do you think someone could still maintain human infatuations after death? Personally, hearing that story, I think he was trying to get them to avoid the pothole and didn't expect her to go right for him. Maybe he did. I'll be checking the comments periodically. I want to see if you all think this ghost did that shit on purpose or not. I once house sat a very old manor home. It was near the Mason-Dixon line. This location becomes important later in the story. It was built in the mid-1700s. Like a lot of houses, it had that root cellar, sub-basement deep under the house. It was used for food storage back in the day. And I always just got the weirdest and most foreboding feeling walking past the door leading down to it. Never actually went down there. It was a very big house that had many additions put on over the years, so it had multiple alarm systems. And one night, the alarm system in the original part of the house, where the door to the root cellar was, it wouldn't stop going off. I probably got out of bed 7 or 8 times just to enter the code and turn it off that night. It was an older alarm system, so I figured, probably old wiring or part going bad or something. I didn't think much of it other than being annoyed that I had to keep waking up. When the family got back from vacation, I told the father about the night the alarm kept going off, and he looked very puzzled. He told me that had never happened before, in the several decades that they'd lived there. And even weirder, because it was an older alarm system, and in that part of the house, all of the alarms were motion activated. I later found out the house was right down the street from a Quaker meeting house in the area. It had a high Quaker population that was well known for its role in the Underground Railroad. Families in that area would routinely let people escaping slavery hide in their cellars and sub-basements. My family is ancestrally Quaker, and the family who lived there was not. It still kind of gives me chills thinking about it. A few years ago, I worked in a military prison. Our hours were 24-hour shifts that consisted of shared downtimes, sleep between that shift. One stays awake for half the time, the other sleeps half, then switches halfway through that night. I've been working at this prison for a while by this point, and I was currently working in our special quarters. Our SQ was just a long loop with all of the cells on the inside of the loop. Every 15 minutes, I have to do a health and comfort check and basically walk by each cell, making sure the inmates are alive, healthy. Every cell has a security light, so even at nighttime, the cells are never truly dark so that we can see inside. One specific inmate I remember was in special quarters because he was mentally not all there. His favorite thing to do was draw, scream all day, pee outside of the cell, and sleep. One day we had to do a cell extraction on him because he was clawing at his gums with his fingernails and using the blood to draw symbols all over the cell walls. Medical was looking at him on the spot while I was going through his cell to check for contraband. Looking through his drawings, he would always make childlike sketches of him playing games with his brother in a creepy shadow silhouette of a person. His name was written over the drawing of himself, his brother's over his, and dark one over the shadowy one. Cheesy, I know. While looking through the drawings, he looks through the cell doors and says to me, "He doesn't like you being in there." I suddenly felt the hair raise on my arms, and I walked right out. Keep in mind, I'm regularly told this weird stuff by the inmate, and it never bothers me or any seasoned officer. Except this one time. Fast forward a couple weeks. It's probably around 2 a.m. I'm fully awake while my partner is asleep. During every 15-minute check, I noticed that every cell's security light was on as normal. Otherwise, I'd have to write a report about it. I was sitting in the little cell that we use for our food for the day, eating, when all of a sudden, I hear this extremely loud screaming. I could not make out what the screaming was or what even language it was, but my arm hairs raised again, and I ran to find the source. Every single inmate was sound asleep, but what caught my attention was the strange inmate's security light was out. There's no way that they would be able to mess with those lights the way that they're installed. I quickly yelled to the other officers in the other bays if they heard that screaming, thinking maybe it came from one of their bays. Not one of the others heard the screaming. I was the only one. Strange inmate had moved. That cell was empty. Since that day, I always requested to never be posted in there again. Even though it was one of the most sought-after posts, I couldn't do it. My purpose behind sharing this is not to depress anyone, so don't go getting all sad right off the bat. Actually, no, this is how we're going to do it. I'll tell you the end of my story first, and then we'll go back to the beginning. On my 11th birthday, my Aunt Becky and Uncle Ted adopted me at a California courthouse, brought me to Montana where I grew up healthy, happy, and not holding any baggage into my 30s. The end. Now, from the top. I was watching the Kids' Choice Awards on Nickelodeon. Amanda Bynes is on stage accepting an award. The place I called home was a sweltering hot trailer. The air conditioning never worked as long as I could remember. I always used to fiddle with the knobs and smack the side of the metal box, thinking maybe this one time and this one combination of turns and taps will work. I'd sit there for hours tinkering with it, like it was a video game cheat code that would energize it back to life again. But I was never really that good at Nintendo when I played over at my friend's house, and I was never able to activate the unbreak code for the AC unit. That night was especially unbearable, and I'd opened up all the windows in the house when I had gotten home from school that day, but nothing seemed to cool the trailer down. The award show went to a commercial break, and I hung my head out the open window, hoping a breeze would cool the sweat dripping down my forehead. The TV was louder than it needed to be in order to combat the noise of traffic outside. I also thought that I was home alone because I hadn't seen my mom all day. Her not being there was nothing new. I'd been essentially raising myself since I could dress myself. So when I pulled my head back in, and I saw her standing just out of the TV's light, back by her bedroom door, I was initially startled. But then she spoke to me, and she sounded just like she did when she was sober. It was a cadence that I couldn't pin down how or why it rang differently at first, but it had the ability to transport my 10-year-old self to 4 years prior. I didn't know I'd forgotten the way her soft, natural voice sounded until I heard it again. I turned down the TV with the remote as she said, "Claire Bear, you're the best thing that ever happened to me. I love you." Then she asked me if I could give 999 a bell for her. The phone was on a black ottoman we used as a coffee table. I grabbed it and started dialing. I hadn't thought to ask why I was calling until there was an operator on the other line asking me the same question. I turned back to see that my mom's no longer standing there. So, in a stammer, I tell them, "I don't know. My mom asked me to call, but she went back into the bedroom." They asked if she was hurt. Truthfully, I hadn't gotten the best look at her. The bright screen of the TV took away any potential for my eyes to adjust to seeing in the dark. But I said no because she sounded fine. They asked if anyone else was there. I tell them I don't know. I didn't think that my mom was even here until a couple of seconds ago. I give them my name, my mom's name, and our address. Instead of disconnecting, the operator asks to stay on the line with me until emergency services arrive. Then I'm asked if I can enter the bedroom where my mom was to give her the phone. I got up from the couch and walked over to her room, but when I tried to go in, the handle would turn, but the door wouldn't budge. It was like something heavy on the other side had prevented me from entering. So I started knocking and calling out, "Mom, 999's on the phone and they need to talk to you." After a minute, I stopped knocking and pressed my ear against the wood of the door. I wanted to listen for any indication of what was going on in there. It was cold against my cheek, and the chill felt nice against my skin. My mom was singing in a whisper, like lullabies sung to a baby. For the life of me, I wouldn't be able to remember the specific tune, but I used to love when she'd sing around the house. It was barely audible, but when I heard it, I started pounding on that door again. When I stopped to listen again, the singing had stopped, but there weren't any other sounds of movement, and the door stayed unbudging with my efforts. I went back to sit on the couch, but had to hop back up again because the medics had just shown up. When I opened the door to the trailer to let them in, I made eye contact with a neighbor standing outside, an old nom-vet whose name I can't remember, but the colorful ambulance lights had alerted everyone in the park, and they'd come out of their homes to be nosy. 2 medics ran in. They looked like kids. I'm not sure what age you have to be to work as a paramedic, but the guys that rushed in, they looked like they were still in high school. The bedroom was a skip from where they came in, and when they got to the bedroom, I expected these kids to struggle with the door, but it opened right away for them. Before I could start to walk toward the door, a 3rd medic had come inside just in time to stop me from following them into the bedroom. They grabbed a blanket from the couch, and I was led outside. The paramedic with me was older than the other 2. His glasses hung low on his nose, and he slightly resembled the librarian that worked at my school. He was sweet, even made me laugh once, but despite his best efforts to distract me from what was going on, I knew when the paramedics rolled a stretcher past us, they'd covered her with a sheet like the movies. I knew exactly what I was looking at, but it didn't seem real. It couldn't have been my mom. She was just singing minutes ago. She was the one that told me to call. I ran into the trailer and into the bedroom before I could be stopped again, though I wish I had been. I wish that sweet old man would have grabbed my arm one more time, but I moved too quick. He caught up with me, but not before I saw my mom's blood splattered on the walls and carpet. Her room was torn apart like a struggle had happened. The mirror on her vanity was shattered. Drawers and clothes were thrown everywhere. There was a large dark pool of blood that soaked into the fabric of the white comforter on the bed. The plastic blinds above her window were torn down, and the window itself was pushed fully open. That's where they believe her attacker entered and exited from. The autopsy report said that along with multiple blunt force traumas that she'd experienced, she'd also been shot. It was presumed that she died earlier that day, most likely while I was at school. And to this day, her killer was never caught. The case went cold and has never been followed up on. I live on a farm with my parents and 6-year-old sister Beth. Behind our house is an old well. The previous owners put a grate over it, so it's supposed to be safe but non-functional. Beth has been playing by it a lot for the last few weeks. She sits by the stones and has little tea parties. We thought she was having them with her imaginary friends who, fun fact, are all Disney villains. So playing by a dingy old well seemed kind of suitable for her. I didn't think anything of it until she got into my makeup, and I ratted her out to her mother. After she got in trouble, she came to tell me that Marvin was going to drag me into the well for tattling on her. I've been threatened with the Evil Queen, Maleficent, and the Queen of Hearts, but not Cruella because she hurts puppies, and that's where Beth draws the line. I've never been threatened with a Marvin, though. So I asked her, which movie is Marvin from? And she said he's not. He just lives in the well. I know kids are supposed to have good imaginations, but Beth has never made anything up in her life. She didn't even have imaginary friends until she saw kids on TV with them. Then she decided Disney villains could be her best friends. Still, I didn't think too much of it. It sounds absurd. Man living in a covered well that was going to drown me. I forgot about it almost instantly. A week or so later, Mom sent me to bring Beth in for supper, but she ignored me when I called for her. I had to walk out to the well and practically drag her inside, with her fighting me the whole way. She kept yelling that Marvin was really going to get me now. Then the same thing happened a few days later, only that time, Beth bit me and ran back to the well when I let go of her. And I mean a proper bite. She broke the skin. Dad had to go get her. He said that she couldn't play by the well anymore if she was going to behave that way. She threw a tantrum for the rest of the night and got herself grounded through the weekend, which was this past weekend, by the way. On Sunday, my parents went to a friend's wedding, left me home to babysit. Beth was not supposed to be allowed outside. Normally, I would have let her and just brought her back in before they came home, but I was still mad. I knew she would sneak out while I was in the shower, but sue me. I didn't mind the idea of dragging her back inside. Sure enough, I got dressed, and there she was, out by the well. Leaned over the grate like she was trying to see the bottom. As I got closer, I could hear her talking to Marvin. She was saying something like, "Once you get out, you can scare them all, and we can play together forever." Then I noticed that she had an ice pick in her hand. She was going to chip away at the stone around the grate. Before I could say anything, a second voice made me freeze in place. It was unusually deep, like someone was using one of those voice-changing apps. I couldn't make out everything it said, but it was definitely agreeing with her. When I finally unfroze, I rushed forward to look into the well. I saw a stark white figure. I don't mean I saw a Caucasian. I mean white, like the color of paper. Its eyes were black holes. I could only see a portion of its body, but what I saw was emaciated. It looked at me, made an insane growling noise as it vanished into the darkness. I was so scared I snatched up Beth and ran back to the house. She laughed maniacally the whole way, like this was the proudest moment of her life. I tried calling my parents, but they didn't answer. That was the same time the actual wedding ceremony was supposed to be taking place. Beth said Marvin hated me the most and would get me first once he got out. When I had time to calm down, I realized I would sound crazy if I told my parents the truth. They don't believe in stuff like Marvin. I didn't either until that weekend. So I did the only thing that I could think of. I recorded her threatening me. She was saying that Marvin would come into my room while I slept, and all sorts of things that no 6-year-old should even know to say. She sounded evil and psychotic. When my parents came home, I told them I heard a man's voice talking back to her and thought that someone was actually getting in and out of the well somehow. Then I showed them the video. I've never seen them so mortified. They still thought I imagined the voice, but agreed the well has to go. No matter how or why, it's affecting Beth in the worst ways. They hired some people to come fill the well with cement, and they expect that to be the end of it. I just really hope they're right. I have several stories that I would consider paranormal from when I worked as a mortuary transport tech. The job was basically transporting the deceased from where they were to where they needed to go. Turns out dead people can have a lot of appointments. One time, though, I had an experience I've never forgotten. I was dropping someone off at the science donation place. This is where you donate your body to science and they take it from there. So I wheeled the deceased, unlocked the freezer, did all of my stuff that I had to do in there. I placed him on the board, got the lift out, and placed him on the shelf. The interesting thing about the freezer was that most everything, once it's processed, was wrapped in this blue tape type thing, and you could definitely tell what was inside. Legs, hands, feet, etc. Kind of interesting to me at the time. Anyway, I shut the freezer and I locked it back up. While wheeling the gurney back over to the garage door, the science drop-off and processing area was a big L shape, with the freezer off to the large, long portion. And then you turn the corner, there's desks, filing cabinets, whatnot. I about had a heart attack as I turned the corner, and there was just this guy standing there, examining files in the file cabinet. Looked just like you or me, dressed modernly, but out of place for what people normally wear back there. I stopped and said that he'd have to forgive me, but he almost gave me a heart attack. It didn't look like he heard me at all, or even knew I was there. I should mention that this was also at about 1 a.m. I'd never seen anyone at that place this late. So I said, "Well, sorry if I startled you or anything," and went on about finishing up my stuff. I got the gurney back to the van, closed and locked the large garage door from inside, all while this guy was just standing there, staring at an open file in front of him, not paying any attention to me. I had to use the bathroom, so I told him that that's where I'd be going and that I'd be right back. Again, no response. I thought maybe he's deaf and couldn't hear me. So I went to the bathroom, came back to the garage, and the guy was gone. But the file cabinet was still open. I didn't know where he went. I hadn't heard anyone walk down the hallway past the bathroom. I checked and made sure everything I was responsible for was still locked, and it was. So I just announced I was going to be leaving and locking up to set the alarm. No response. And that's what I did, and I just left. I'm not sure who he was or is or what happened, but it was definitely an odd experience, and one I still remember perfectly. I have a few other memories about the time at that job. That one sticks with me the most, though. And I have that nagging feeling of, why didn't I go look at the file? I don't know. This happened on a Sunday morning in 1961 in my home area of eastern Kentucky when I was 19 years old. I was driving on a winding mountain road during a light rainstorm on my way to visit my girlfriend at her parents' rural home. Coming down a steep road cut into the left side of a mountain, my car slid into a ditch against the mountain. Then it skidded across the road and over a cliff, a drop of about 100 feet into a creek bed. The car rolled a couple of times before landing upright. I managed to get out, seemingly with just some cuts on my arms from the broken glass. Standing there, I realized I was about 20 miles from town, in a sparsely traveled area, on a Sunday morning when most people would be in church. This was long before the days of EMS, 911, or cell phones. I knew I had to climb up the cliff to the road. Otherwise, no one would ever know I was down there. When I bent forward to grab a small tree for support, something warm and wet began pouring down my face. I reached up and felt the top of my head. To my horror, I could feel my skull. A huge gash stretched across the top of my head, ear to ear, and my scalp was hanging down the back of my neck. Somehow, I managed to pull it back into place and attempted to climb again. As I leaned forward once more, I noticed something up the mountain to the right, about 75 yards away. A small house built into the hillside. It had a short dirt road leading to it from the main road. Despite having driven this road many times, I'd never seen this house before. It wasn't even visible from the main road. Near the house, there was an old car. A man sat at the edge of his porch. When he saw me, he stood, walked to his car, and backed it out to the main road, stopping above where I was. Rolling down the passenger window, he called out, "If you can get up here, I can take you to town to the hospital." He didn't offer to come down to help. Determined, I grabbed a sapling and began the difficult climb. Somehow I made it to his car and got in. The man looked to be about 30 years old, thin, dressed in slacks, a shirt, and a fedora hat. His car appeared to be from the early 1950s. As we drove toward Paintsville, about 25 minutes away, he only spoke once. "You're losing a lot of blood," he said. "I saw wounds like this in the war, and if you don't stop the bleeding, you'll die. Take my coat, hold it against the top of your head, press hard." He handed me a light jacket that had been lying between us on the seat. When we reached the outskirts of town, he said, "Which hospital do you want to go to?" I told him to take me to the downtown clinic where my mother worked. In about 5 minutes, we were there. He stopped the car and said, "I can't get out, but do you think you can make it in?" I nodded, thanked him, and stumbled inside. I must have left his car soaked in blood and ruined his jacket. The hospital staff stitched up my scalp, 55 stitches in total, and gave me a blood transfusion. I stayed there for a few days, but made a full recovery. When I got home, my father told me that he'd had the car pulled from the cliff. It was totaled. Then he said, "We need to go back out to that man's house, thank him, see about cleaning his car." And that's when things got strange. When we reached the little road leading to the house, we found it completely overgrown with waist-high weeds. There were no tire tracks or signs that a car had been there. It had only been 3 days since the accident. Not nearly enough time for the weeds to grow like that. I distinctly remembered his car being parked on that road. We parked the car at the edge and walked through the weeds to the house. It was small, simple frame, 1-bedroom, kitchen, living room, front and back porch, and likely an outhouse, but it was abandoned. Some windows were broken, and there was no furniture inside. This was a rural area where everyone knew everyone else, so I asked my girlfriend's family about the house. They told me it had been empty for a long time, and no one recognized the man who had helped me. That's where the story ends. 60 years have passed, and I still wonder about that day. Why wouldn't the man get out of his car? Why was he there at that house at exactly the right time? Was he just passing through? He seemed familiar with the town. He knew about the 2 hospitals, how to get me to one. And if he didn't live there, how did he know about the house when it wasn't visible from the main road? He must have been a World War II veteran, judging by his age and the reference to the war, though it could have been the Korean War. But how was his car parked on a road that was completely overgrown just days later? Did I remember everything correctly, given my head injury? I've often thought that he was sent there to save me, though some might say it was just unbelievable luck. If not for him, I might have bled to death before anyone found me. Now that I'm 79, I've shared this story with others, some of whom have had similar experiences. Many believe the man was an angel sent to save me. Maybe that's the only explanation I need. Have you ever felt the presence of evil? Not just the unsettling feeling of being watched, but something deeper, ancient, patient, and malicious. I have, and I'll never forget. It started out as a dare, an old abandoned farmhouse on the outskirts of town, swallowed by time and neglect. People often whispering about it, stories of disappearances, strange lights at night, and voices that carried through the wind. I didn't believe any of that, for the record, but the moment I laid eyes on the place, I knew something was wrong. The house loomed in the dying light, its paint long stripped away, leaving behind weathered wood like brittle bones. The windows, open, dark, and empty, as if the house itself was actually watching. The air felt heavier the closer we got to the house. It smelled like dust and damp rot, but beneath that, something else, something sour and metallic, like old blood. Getting inside wasn't easy. The front door was swollen with age and the hinges were rusted, and it took all three of us pushing to make it open. The moment we were inside, the temperature dropped. Not a little, a sudden, breath-stealing cold that settled into me. My skin prickled, and a weight pressed against my chest, like something I couldn't see was leaning in. Inside, it was like time had stopped. The furniture was still in place, dust-covered but untouched. A table set for dinner, plates and silverware laid out as if expecting guests that never came. A single chair knocked over. Near the door, a pair of black boots sat neatly beside a dusty old jacket. It was draped over the banister. The air reeked of age and that something else, that something wrong. On the floor, brittle newspaper clippings were scattered, dating back to the 1930s and 40s. Some were yellowed. Others looked almost fresh, too clean to have been sitting there for decades. My stomach was in knots. The headlines were bizarre. Local farmer vanishes without a trace. Wife claims the house took him. Another read, strange lights reported over old farmstead. No signs of entry, no signs of exit. The farther I read, the worse it got. Reports of disappearances, sudden madness, even stories of people turning up miles away with no memory of how they got there. The longer we stayed there, the more unbearable the feeling became. My gut was screaming for me to leave. Every instinct I had was literally clawing at me. All of this telling me that we weren't alone. My friends whispered to each other, their voices tight. It was like they felt it too, but didn't want to admit it. Then, a noise. It was a soft creak from upstairs. We all froze. The house was empty. It was supposed to be empty. But that sound, it was deliberate. A floorboard bending under weight, slow, purposeful. I turned to the others. We need to go. No one argued. We backed toward the front door, our movements careful and controlled. It was like we were prey trying not to startle a predator. I could feel something watching us just beyond sight. The moment my foot crossed to the outside, I felt the shift. The door slammed behind us. It was with a force that rattled the windows. We stood there, stunned, staring at the now closed door. The house loomed in silence, as if daring us to try again. But we didn't. We ran. I don't know what we disturbed that night, but I do know one thing. Evil is real. It's not always a person, not always something you can explain. Sometimes it's a place, and once you've felt it, you'll never forget. So I ask again, have you ever felt the presence of evil? I used to live alone in a small studio apartment. Nothing fancy, just a single room with a bed against one wall, a tiny kitchenette, and a window that overlooked a quiet street. It wasn't an old building, no tragic history or urban legends that I knew of, just an average place, the kind you'd barely remember after moving out, except for the whispering. The first time it happened, I was half asleep, drifting in and out of dreams. When I felt it, something murmuring softly in my ear. A low, breathy sound, unintelligible but right there. It wasn't the distant hum of the city outside or the neighbors through the walls. This was close, way too close. I startled awake, blinking into the dark, but the room was silent. just the soft whir of the mini fridge and the occasional creak from the pipes. Probably just my imagination, I told myself. Some weird trick of my half-conscious mind. I turned over, pulled the blanket higher, and went back to sleep. But then it happened again. This time it yanked me awake. Not just the sound, the sensation. A rush of warm breath, tickling the fine hairs on my ear. My whole body went rigid. The whisper was gone the second my eyes snapped open, but I'd felt it. A physical presence, like someone had been there. I sat up. My apartment was small. There was nowhere for anyone to hide. Still, I scanned the room. My gaze flickering from the bathroom door to the shadowed corners near my bookshelf. Nothing. I tried to shake it off, convincing myself it was a lingering dream. Maybe the sensation was just my own pulse in my ear. Another trick, this time of my nervous system. Maybe. But the next time, I knew for sure. I'd gone to bed uneasy, my thoughts cycling back to those strange wake-ups. I told myself I was just on edge, that I'd be fine if I'd stopped thinking about it. But deep down, I was waiting for it to happen again, and it did. A whisper, not words, just a low, urgent sound. But this time, I wasn't groggy. This time I woke up fully, instantly, and I wasn't alone. I didn't see anything, not exactly, but I felt it. Something standing at the side of my bed. Not just an impression, not just paranoia. There was weight to the air, a pressure, like the presence of someone looming too close. My whole body locked up and I didn't move. I don't even think I was breathing. I just stared at the ceiling, heart pounding, every inch of me screaming to run, to move, to do anything. But I couldn't. Then the whisper came back. Not at my ear this time. Above me, like someone leaning over. I bolted upright, gasping, and slapped the light on so fast I nearly knocked the lamp over. The room was empty. Completely, utterly empty. I didn't go back to sleep that night. I turned the TV on, let the voices fill the room, forced myself to stay awake until the sun came up. And after that, it never happened again. Not the next night, not ever. Like it knew that I'd really felt it this time. Like whatever had been whispering to me had been waiting for me to wake up fully, to notice it. And once I did, it was done. I still think about it sometimes, wondering if it was sleep paralysis or some sort of glitch, some kind of waking dream. But I know what I felt. And I know that for those last few seconds, I wasn't alone in that room. This happened when I was about 8 or 9. My mom was dating this guy at the time, kind of a jerk, but nothing out of the ordinary. One night he told me to go downstairs and grab him a glass of water. I didn't argue, I just got up and went. I got to the kitchen, still half asleep, and that's when I saw something. A black figure, standing at the sink. Not moving, not reacting, just standing there. I froze. My brain couldn't quite process what I was seeing. Was it a shadow? Trick of the light? But no, there was something there. I could make out the shape of a person. Then, panic kicked in. I turned and bolted back upstairs. My heart was pounding. I burst into my mom's room and I tried to explain, but her boyfriend just rolled his eyes, told me I was imagining things. Go back to bed, he said, like I hadn't just seen something or someone in our kitchen. I didn't sleep much that night. For years, I told myself that it had to have been a shadow, my tired eyes playing tricks on me, some weird childhood fear that got blown out of proportion. But now, looking back as an adult, I'm about 99% sure that it wasn't a shadow. Some dude was just standing in my kitchen, in the middle of the night, casually using our sink. I don't know what's scarier, the idea that I saw something paranormal, or the fact that in the rough neighborhood we lived in, it was probably just some guy. So I've never seen a ghost, but I had an experience with a Ouija board as a teenager that still haunts me. Even now, as a skeptical atheist, I have no idea how to explain what happened that night. I was 15, having a sleepover with friends like typical teenagers. We wanted to scare ourselves, so we pulled out a Ouija board. At first, nothing exciting happened. Just random movements. We all assumed that we were shaking or just doing it by accident. But then something changed. The planchette became more deliberate. We had asked for a name, and it spelled out Ian. And then it started saying something about my mom, but none of us understood what it meant. We were dumbass kids looking for a thrill, so we pushed further. We asked Ian to prove himself. Can you move something? Can you touch one of us? Can you lift one of us up? And then I felt something, an icy chill starting at my feet, slowly crawling up my body. It wasn't just cold, it was something else, something that settled deep in my bones. I sat cross-legged, barely breathing, and too afraid to move. 2 of my friends were in front of me at the Ouija board. My 3rd friend was across the room on the bed, rolling her eyes at us. She could see all of us from where she sat. My back was against the wall with no one behind me. And then without warning, I felt a hand press firmly against my back and shove me forward. I screamed. My friend on the bed screamed louder. She'd just watched my shirt yank violently upward, like something had grabbed the fabric and pulled. I shot to my feet. My whole body was literally shaking. Okay, thank you, Ian. We're done. I stammered. I pushed the planchette to goodbye, and I refused to touch the board again after that. That night, as I laid in bed, I felt that same ice-cold sensation wash over me. I pulled the blankets up to my chin, grateful that I could move, but I could see the covers rising, slowly, as if something underneath them was lifting them up. I squeezed my eyes shut, told myself that I was imagining things, but the chill stayed, the unnatural kind of cold that I couldn't shake. Finally, I had enough. I got up, sat in front of the Ouija board, alone this time, not touching it, and whispering, "Please stop." The cold faded, but I didn't sleep that night. The next morning, I still felt off. My back burned where I'd felt the hand. When I looked in the mirror, my stomach dropped. There were 3 distinct red marks across my skin, like fingerprints, and they stayed there for days. I asked my mom to pick me up first thing in the morning. On the way home, I couldn't stop thinking about what had happened, so I blurted out, "Have you ever had anything paranormal happen to you?" She didn't even hesitate. "Well," she said, "there was Ian." I froze. She told me about her high school boyfriend, Ian, who had died in a car accident. After his death, people kept seeing her at his grave, even when she was nowhere near it. Her mom and sister once walked right up to a girl that they swore was her, but the second they got close, she disappeared. I have no way to explain what happened that night. I don't know what was reaching out to me or why, but I do know one thing. Stay the hell away from Ouija boards. Last January, I was between jobs and had just recently had a daughter who was at the time about 5 months old. My husband had been working through my pregnancy but lost his job. We were living at my mom's house, I have an education in psychology and some experience as a counselor, so I was looking for the best I could get. But the best I could find right away was a job working as a paraprofessional in a special education department of an elementary school in a nearby suburb. The position was unique to COVID times, being that they needed someone to just sit around the computer room while kids did speech therapy over Zoom. Don't get me started on how terrible virtual speech therapy is, but anyway, my job was to just walk around the school, back and forth between the classrooms and the computer room, picking up kids, taking them to the Zoom room, sitting there for 30 minutes to an hour, depending on the kid, taking them back, picking up the next batch. I was overqualified, we'll say. Some days of the week were scheduled tightly, and other days of the week I routinely had just 2 appointments. The school was a ginormous horseshoe shape, housing 700 elementary school children. I was located all the way at the far back of one side in the pre-K wing. It could take 15 minutes to walk all the way across the building and back when the kids I was picking up were in the older grades. Every day I would make this walk. In the middle of the school, across from the front office, I would always notice and try to ignore this strange rag doll. It was made with construction paper over its face and showcased in a display case. No bad vibes from it, but it just seemed out of place and random. It was there the entire 5 months I worked there, never changing or having added to its case. Onward, weird things happened in the computer room where I worked. The doors in the school use a key to lock from both the inside and outside. The doors do not lock automatically. You absolutely 100% have to manually lock them with a key. We are technically supposed to lock rooms when we leave them empty throughout the day, but no one ever did. So I just left my door unlocked when I went to get the kids. I would go to get a kid in pre-K, so they'd be literally 2 classrooms away, less than a minute to pick them up. My door would be locked by the time I returned. Sometimes I'd be gone longer, but sometimes that's all it would take, 60 seconds. I messed around with this door in my free time, trying to figure out why or how it was locking. And the only conclusion that I could come up with was that someone was manually locking it when I was gone. I asked the janitor that was always around. He said no. I asked if it could lock itself. He said no. So, I came to the conclusion that someone was fucking with me, trying to teach me a lesson for not locking my door or something, passive-aggressively. Well, I don't play that. So I texted my boss, the vice principal, asked to come talk to her when she had time. I explained the situation to her. She said she was sure that no one would do something like that, but she would have maintenance look at the door, and that was the end of it. I come back after the weekend, the door is broken, like off the kilter of its hinges, so it won't shut all the way at all. Guess locking on its own won't be a problem anymore. That school didn't have security cameras in the halls. I wonder if they had any video of me pushing the doorknob down to check that it was unlocked before walking off, returning, and it being locked. Anyway, after that, there was a day where I went to get a kid out of his classroom in the pre-K wing by my office, but they switched the schedule up that day, so the class wasn't in there. I shrugged it off, went to pick up the other kid that also sat in there for this block, then came back. There was another paraprofessional watching her own kids in the playroom nearby, so I asked her if she knew where the other class would be right now. She said she didn't know, but that she thought that she'd seen a kid run in there. Might have been going to use the bathroom. I said okay, went back into the empty classroom. I have the other little kid with me at this point, and there's a bathroom in the back of the class, but it's open. I walk over there, confused, check the room, even look behind the door. There's no kid. I shrug my shoulders at the other little one and begin walking back towards the exit of the room. The bathroom door slams shut behind me. The other little kid jumped out of his skin. I tried to remain calm. The other paraprofessional nearby sees us out in the hallway, peering into the empty classroom, presumably looking very puzzled and freaked out. She asks if the kid was in there. No. but the door slammed behind me when I was walking out. I trailed off, looking down at the kiddo with me, who's looking back up at me with his eyes wide as ever. Probably just the wind, I say. The other para kind of looks at me crazy but shrugs it off, keeps about her business. The kid I was with, I shit you not, whispers, "It was a ghost." And of course I say, No, I'm sure it was just because I messed with the door. You know, the obvious. So, incident blown off. A couple weeks pass by, and I'm in the empty computer room working on art for the walls. It's Wednesday, so it's an early day for pre-K, and all the littles have gone home while the real teachers are in a staff meeting. Someone knocks at my office door. Mind you, the door no longer shuts all the way, so I figure that they don't want to barge in. I get up from my desk 5 feet away and open the door. No one's there. I look down the hallway. No one's there. I go sit back down, more annoyed than anything, and it happens again. At this point, I'm kind of fed up. I do practice witchcraft and have been doing so seriously for more than 16 years, but I have no mediumship abilities or anything like that. I don't deal with ghosts and spirits in my practice, but that's the reason I'm not scared at this point. I ask the janitor if the place is haunted. Man, this guy doesn't skip a beat when he says, "Oh yeah, Rodney." Rodney? Yeah, they say a little boy died here. They named the doll across the office after him. What the fuck? I asked my supervisor about it and she says, "Oh yeah, they told you about Rodney, huh?" I'm like, yeah, well, that could have been in your ad. Okay, so at this point I've become acquaintances with the school librarian. I ask her about what's going on as well. She says all kinds of people have weird experiences. Night janitors have had things move on their own. One time, the top principal had an alarm go off, showing that someone was down in the basement at 3 a.m. But none of the outside doors had gone off. I guess another time was over spring break. The doll across from the office got ripped up in the display case. His head was laying on the ground, which is why he had a construction paper head now. There were no staff or students around when that happened. Another staff member never believed in ghosts until she saw a little boy run into a classroom and disappear. I guess that's about the extent of things that happened to me there, but I became fascinated. Some staff knew of the ghost, some had never heard anything. Mostly staff who worked on my side of the building had experiences. The other side of the building seemed like a whole other world, totally normal, no ghosts over there. I became the weird ghost girl, I'm sure, always asking people if they'd seen anything. I am not the person to pretend like something's going on, so as to not stir the pot. Of course, I never let the kiddos hear me talking about it. No one other than the janitor seemed to have heard of anyone dying at the school, but people who had heard of the ghost or had experiences did have theories. One day I asked a paraprofessional from another school in the district because at a meeting she mentioned that she herself attended the elementary school where I worked. She didn't know anything about a ghost, but she did say that while she attended, a boy died at school, in the wing where I worked. He had the flu, and his heart gave out. It's actually a very sad story. She could corroborate. She said that they hung drawings of his up in the hallway to commemorate him. Sure enough, among the plaques, there's a framed picture of a swimming hole in a mountain in memory of Ernie, not Rodney. I found a much, much better job, and I quit during summer vacation. But I did tell Ernie, in the silence of the computer room in the last week of school, that if he wanted, he could cross over, and that he didn't have to be stuck at the school. I even had a sacred place out in the country where I believe the veil is thin and that he's welcome to come there with me. Like I said, no psychic abilities here, so no idea if he got the message. But I did drive out there on the last day and put a birdhouse out for Ernie. I hope he's doing well. I grew up in rural Appalachia, so I grew up hearing all kinds of superstitions and legends about ghosts and other creepy things. Of course, as an adult, I realized that they were mostly made up by people trying to scare their kids from wandering off into the woods and passed down over the generations. I was told to never respond if something called my name in the woods, and if we heard whistling outside at night, it meant the devil was close. Of course, there's real truth and valuable advice in some of those stories. If a stranger is calling to you from the woods or whistling outside your house at night, you probably should be afraid, especially as a child. I never experienced either there in the mountains. The scariest thing that ever happened to me wasn't supernatural and happened in New Mexico. My mom died when I was very little, and when I was about 20, my dad passed away, leaving me without immediate family except my brother. Dad didn't have much, but he left his house to my brother, and just enough money for me that I was able to buy 2 acres and a nice used camper. My boyfriend, now my husband, wanted to move back home and be close to his mom, and we planned to eventually build a house. It seemed like such a cool adventure to me at the time. It was literally in the desert. A dirt lot off a dirt road with no electricity or water access, and surrounded by other identical empty plots. Until very recently, you could still find land like that for a little bit of nothing because it's inconvenient and expensive to truly live comfortably out there. We had to haul water from my in-laws' house, use a generator for electricity. My husband worked nights as a security guard, so I was alone in that camper almost every night. Honestly, it was boring, and it felt safe enough to me then because I had a big bear of a Rottweiler named Zeus who would have defended either of us to the death. Obviously, though, as I'd find out, it wasn't really that safe, dog or not. It was a normal night like any other. I'd been outside watching the sky while I smoked a bowl and came back in to get ready for bed. I had just undressed and climbed into bed when I heard whistling and felt the camper sort of shift, like a hard gust of wind hit it. It wasn't that unusual, because sometimes the wind blew really hard out there, so I would have ignored it if Zeus hadn't started growling like the devil himself was outside. He was crouched down toward the doorway, ready to attack. I was terrified, and it suddenly seemed so foolish to have assumed I was safe out there alone, with a tin aluminum door between me and whatever was out there in the dark. I couldn't help but think about the story my granddad told me all those years ago, about hearing whistling at night, and while I'm not very religious in general, I'd be lying if I said I wasn't pretty unnerved in that moment. The sound of it was so unnaturally high-pitched that it almost sounded like the wind, but not quite, because it had that sort of sad melody to it. Besides that, my dog had never growled at the wind before. I remember thinking how crazy it was that I could hear it over the generator, and I couldn't tell where it was coming from. It sounded like it was everywhere. I tried to work up the courage to peek outside, but I was frozen to the bed. Zeus was going crazy now, growling and snarling and pacing. He rarely barked, but when he did, it was intimidating as hell. And once he started barking at the wall like he was possessed, everything sort of stopped. It was like the tension in the air just slowly dissipated. Zeus was just as freaked out as me and couldn't settle down until I finally let him outside, about an hour later. He sniffed the back of the camper where the bedroom was for a good minute before reluctantly turning away and coming back inside, but I was too chicken shit to go outside myself. Cell service was spotty. This was a long time ago, where everyone still had flip phones, and I was without a way to leave or call for help. When I told my husband the next morning, he was convinced it was traffickers or worse trying to break in on me, and that Zeus had scared them off. It was somewhat plausible to me, but I didn't feel that that was the explanation. No one had actually tried to break in. That would be some strange kidnappers to just stand outside whistling. Then he told me that he'd heard rumors of a small cult who lived nearby out there, and maybe it was one of them trying to scare us away. That was more terrifying to me in a way, since I figured if that was the case, they might come back. But in the daylight with my husband there, it also all seemed a bit silly. I remembered how Zeus was sniffing the back of the camper, and we decided to go look around. The dirt out there is soft and sandy. It looked like it had been trampled around by multiple people with different-sized bare feet. The dirt that was right under the small window over my bed. The weirdest part is how there were no tracks leading off in any other direction, away from the camper. Just the ones outside the window. And one set halfway around the backside wall, right around where Zeus had started barking. Suddenly, that crazy cult rumor didn't seem very far-fetched or silly to me. And that's how I ended up living with my mother-in-law for over a year, because living in fear of being harassed or worse. We still own the lot where that happened, but we bought a place in town. The desert is beautiful, and I love hiking in it with other people. But at the same time, I've noticed something about the desert also really seems to attract crazy folks. My earliest odd experience that I consider paranormal was from my childhood home. I must have been between 3 or 6. It was something that I had never really questioned at the time. My dad would often pet my back to help me fall asleep, his big warm hand resting on my upper back. It was comforting, familiar. One night, I woke up in the middle of the night to that same feeling, his hand on my back, warm at first, moving slowly. I was groggy, half asleep, but something felt off. The pressure was a little too firm, not quite right. I tried to shake it off, not really wanting to be petted, just wanting to go back to sleep. And that's when the hand changed. The soft, steady touch, it turned frantic, grappling, poking, pressing too hard. It felt angry. My body went stiff. My breath was in my throat, and suddenly I was wide awake. My mind was scrambling for an explanation as I sat up in bed, expecting to see my dad standing there. But there was no one. Without a second thought, I climbed out of bed, ran straight to my parents' room, and squeezed them for the rest of the night. A lot of odd things happened in that house, to all of us, my parents, my siblings. Over the years, it became something that we just lived with. Eventually, I moved into my parents' old bedroom after they renovated and expanded it, merging it with my childhood room. But even then, that space never felt right. I remember one night as a teenager, home alone, lying awake while things kept happening. Small noises, shifting shadows, that creeping sense of being watched. I couldn't take it anymore. I got up in the dark, stood at the threshold of my parents' old bedroom, and just yelled into the emptiness. I told whatever it was to cut this shit out, to let me sleep in peace, to leave me the hell alone. And you know what? It did. The air in the house felt different, lighter, quieter even. Maybe I just got older and stopped noticing things, but I made peace with whatever it was. But from that night on, I wasn't really afraid of the house anymore. Now I get it. Brains are weird, memories are fickle, especially childhood ones. And at 42, I know that every time we access a memory, we change it a little. But I also know what I felt, and no one is going to tell me otherwise. Backpacking in the Maryland, Pennsylvania section of the Appalachian Trail, around 17 years old. 4 of us were sleeping under a tarp tied up with paracord, so we only had protection from the rain. I'm guessing around 2 a.m., I'm woken up by hearing branches breaking and movement nearby. Nothing out of the normal. This time of year, the worst it could be is a lone, curious black bear, and they don't really pose any real threat. The sounds were starting to get closer and more rhythmic. Definitely something walking. I turned on my side to see if I could see anything. As the walking is getting closer, I start to see movement in the leaves, with nothing making it. I perfectly hear a person walking towards us, and eventually make its way around our makeshift shelter. I'm freaking out and lay in complete silence for what felt like forever, until my friend laying next to me finally says, "You heard that shit too, right?" Nearly jumped out of my sleeping bag, but also confirmed that I didn't dream the whole thing. Still have no explanation, and I'm half convinced that we just had a collective fever dream. I find my non-paranormal story a bit scarier than what I typed above. I was stalked by a mountain lion in the Rockies a few years ago. The unease that turns into full terror when you realize what is happening. Then, fighting every instinct not to run like a motherfucker. It's a unique experience, having that primal feeling that your prey is terrifying. My daughter called me from the future, and I wrote this a little while ago about it. I have a 3-year-old daughter now. About 3.5 years ago, when my wife was pregnant with her, I got a phone call from an unknown number. When I picked it up, it was a little girl who called me Daddy. I told her, "Sorry, but you have the wrong number." And she answered, "No, you're my daddy." I proceeded to tell her, "No, I don't have a daughter." And the little girl said, in one of the creepiest little kid voices that I can remember, "Oh yes you do, Daddy." And then I was so freaked out and strung out on caffeine that I just hung up. My wife asked what had happened, and I joked that our daughter had called me from the future. Sure enough, a few months later we did have a little girl, and I was a daddy. Fast forward to yesterday. I was taking care of her and moving some boxes, and I heard her on the phone with Grandma. At first I thought nothing of it, and then I realized she must have used the auto dial herself, and I was impressed. And then I realized I needed to ask some questions, and put the phone out of reach to prevent unwanted 911 calls and the like. When they were done talking, I asked her who she had called, and she said, "Just Grandma and you." I'm 100% sure that she didn't phone me yesterday, even though she maintains it and says that we talked. I checked the call log. It has dozens of phone numbers on auto dial, ones that she tried, and our home number is one of them. So sure, maybe it's just a coincidence, but it's a bit spooky. My stepdad told me this story about accidentally smoking someone's ashes when he was in high school. He told me for about a week he would have fucked up visions of an old man who'd stand at the end of his bed glaring down at him. The friend he smoked the ashes with had the exact same scary visions too, of the scary old man in his room, but the friend recognized the haunting figure as his grandfather. It was his remains that they had smoked, and it didn't seem like he appreciated it at all, because my dad and my dad's friend shared equally hellish weeks in their own way that they attributed to the haunting. The home my dad was living in became infested with little tiny gnat bugs. His buddy's house smelled like death. He couldn't leave the house without his clothes absolutely reeking of it. His gym clothes smelled better, so he'd change in the locker room right when he'd get to school. My dad, on the other hand, had to twirl around and shake it out of his hair every time he left the house, just to get the tiny bugs off. And even after all his efforts, they still managed to get into his car, and they'd fly around as he drove. Simultaneously, my dad's skin became incredibly itchy. He developed rashes all over his body. He didn't stop scratching them, and he still has scars from the damage that he inflicted on himself. While he's scratching his skin off, his friend started losing clumps of his hair. He had long, shaggy, blonde surfer guy hair, and by the end of the week, it looked like he'd gone through chemotherapy. It eventually grew back, but it took years to get it to where it was. It wasn't until the next weekend when they could get together again, trade stories, and agree to go apologize to the urn. All of this was his friend's fault. The nasty bastard stashed his bag of weed in his grandpa's urn, trying to hide it. The baggie was opened. The weed had fallen into the ashes. Weed was hard to come by back then, so not wanting to waste a single nug, he fingered through the ashes and picked out the nugs. Without even blowing on them, he tossed them into a Ziploc. The nugs were caked in ashes, but it looked all the same, grinded up, stuffed in a doobie. His friend didn't bother telling him what had happened until after their horrendous week had ended and they could hang out again. I don't know. I think it's all pretty nasty, and I would never talk to this dude again. But that bonkersness somehow didn't affect their friendship. They're friends to this day. Like, I even know this guy. His name's Cooper. I didn't know this story about him, and I might start looking at him differently after this, but all around, he's a decent guy. Mothman. That's the only name I've ever been able to give it. It was a warm summer evening and my family had gathered for an outdoor movie night at one of our relatives' houses. They'd set up a big screen in the backyard, rows of folding chairs and blankets covering the grass. The scent of popcorn and citronella candles was mixed in the air. In the sun, it was setting. For a kid around 7 or 8 years old, it really felt like the perfect night. The movie had just started when my attention began to wander. I wasn't interested in whatever was playing on the screen. I still don't remember what it was. So I turned my gaze toward the tree line at the edge of the yard. It was almost fully dark by then, the faint glow of the moon casting shadows across the ground. And that's when I saw something. At first I thought it was a trick of the light, just my imagination playing with the shapes of the trees, but as I stared, I realized it was something else entirely. A tall, black figure stood just beyond the trees, partially hidden by the shadows. It looked like it was covered in fur or hair, its long, spindly arms hanging unnaturally low. Its eyes, though, I remember those most clearly. They glowed a deep, almost fiery red, cutting through the darkness like embers. And it was staring right at me. I froze, not in fear exactly, but in shock. It wasn't moving, not even a little, just standing there, watching. The distance between us made it hard to make out specific details, and the dim light didn't help. I couldn't see if it had wings or not, though part of me expected it to. It was hard to explain the feeling, but it didn't seem threatening. There was an almost unnatural calm about it, like it wasn't interested in hurting me. It just was. After what felt like forever, curiosity got the better of me. I turned and ran back to the group, tugging on the sleeve of the nearest adult. "There's something in the woods," I said, urging them to come and see. Of course, they were skeptical, but I wouldn't let it go. I begged someone to follow me back to where I'd seen it. By the time I returned to the spot, it was completely dark. The figure was gone. The only thing staring back at me now were the trees. I scanned the area desperately, trying to catch another glimpse, but it was as if it had vanished into thin air. Understandably, no one believed me. I was just a kid with an overactive imagination, they said. Maybe I'd seen a shadow, or a deer moving through the woods. But I know what I saw. It wasn't a shadow. It wasn't a deer. And though I wasn't afraid when I saw it, the memory of those glowing red eyes has stuck with me ever since. What was it? Was it watching me for a reason? Why didn't it move while I was looking? And why did it disappear the moment I turned away? I've never been able to answer those questions, but one thing I do know for sure It wasn't my imagination. I worked in national parks and also did some volunteer search and rescue. I guess I can talk about two of the worst things I saw in forestry. The latter one is scary, but also deeply tragic. More spooky, I was on a multi-day off-road camping trip by myself in the wilderness, so technically I was not working. I found myself enjoying a night in the woods, slightly tipsy on wine. I settled in for the night in my SUV and awoke to yelling far in the distance. It wasn't screaming, but nor was it singing, something closer to chanting. Went to sleep nervous and with my army knife close. Woke up to someone knocking on my vehicle's glass. It was clearly human because they did the triple knock that all people do. As I came out of my covers to observe, I saw a person looking in the dark. I screamed something guttural, and they ran. I couldn't believe it. I was hours and hours from the nearest town, and if someone drove in over the night, I would have heard the vehicle and all the stillness. I was dumbfounded. I turned on my truck and stayed vigilant for a while. Nothing happened. Next morning, I went and found a new spot to park and set up camp. The second story is sadly something that is very explainable, but very sad to see. One blizzardly night, we hear that they are on a search for a woman who had disappeared from a group that was staying in a cluster of scenic cabins nearby. Not in the park, but very close to the border of it. But certainly a remote place. It took us about 2 hours to get to the cabins and talk to the people there. It was well under negative 17 degrees Celsius, around 0 in Fahrenheit, and with feet of snow. Turns out the people staying in the cabin were on psychedelics, and at some point, the young woman got spoiled while under the influence of drugs and had run off outside, in regular clothes and sneakers. Me and my partner in the search unit picked a search pattern and started looking for footprints. We found some, but they broke off and we lost the trail. After exactly 3 hours and 41 minutes, we found her clothes. And soon after, we found her. She was naked in her entirety, including her shoes. She was barefoot. We found her sitting against a tree and we rushed over. It was clear at this point she was dead. And this time, local police were already on the scene, and after taking our statements, they left. It was a tough few nights after. Nightmares, too. A buddy and I were driving through some Texas back roads late one night. It was raining hard, one of those steady downpours where the windshield wipers can barely keep up, and everything outside the headlights turns into a black, shifting blur. Out there aren't streetlights, just stretches of empty road, scattered farmhouses spaced miles apart, open land as far as the eye can see, if you could see anything at all through the rain. We had to slow way down just to stay on the road, creeping along with only the occasional fence line or mailbox breaking up the nothingness. And that's when we saw her. She was walking along the side of the road. Nothing remarkable about her, just a woman, dressed for the weather, head down against the rain, but she was out in the middle of nowhere. And that didn't make any sense. No car nearby, no houses within at least 2 miles. I pointed her out, but my buddy had already seen her. I could tell by the way that he was tightening his grip on the wheel that he was nervous. "Should we stop?" I asked. He didn't answer right away, just kept driving, fingers tapping the steering wheel, like he was weighing something in his head. Finally, he shook his head. "I don't know, man. That's weird." And I agreed it was weird, but that was exactly why we should stop, right? If she was out there in the middle of nowhere in the pouring rain, something must have gone wrong. Maybe her car broke down. Maybe she'd gotten lost. Whatever the reason, she had to be freezing, drenched. But my buddy was uneasy, and since he was driving, he kept going. Still, it nagged at me. Something about it felt off. After a minute, I convinced him to turn around, just to check. We'd gone barely a couple 100 feet before he pulled a slow U-turn, the tires kicking up water. We drove back, high beams on, scanning the road, the ditches, the fields beyond the fences. She wasn't there. The road was empty, just a stretch of wet pavement disappearing into the dark. We slowed even more, brights cutting across the fields. Nothing, no movement, no sign that anyone had been there at all. She must have cut through to a house or something, my buddy muttered. But he didn't sound convinced. Neither was I. Because there was nowhere to go. The fields were wide open, flat, and muddy as hell. If she'd walked through, there'd be tracks. And even if she had, where was the house? The nearest one was miles up the road. We sat there for a minute, rain hammering on the roof, wipers squeaking against the glass. Eventually, my buddy exhaled sharply, shook his head. Let's just go. Neither of us said much the rest of the way home. You know that one cousin your mama never let you hang out with as a kid? Never let you go to their house, and they were never allowed to spend the night at yours, no matter how much you begged? Yeah, there was probably a good reason for them making that judgment call. I've got 2 stories that are perfect examples of this. They're both pretty bad, but when I heard the second story, I was so happy my mom made me go home that day. Because if I would have been there with them, I don't think that I would be the person I am today. I know my cousin ain't ever been the same since. Her name is Serenity, but family calls her Ren because 4 syllables is way too many for a first name, and her mom should have known better, thought about that before naming her that. The first of many bad judgment calls as a parent for her. Ren was free to walk the streets since she was able to walk. This bitch was in diapers at the mini-mart buying chips with money she'd stolen out of her mom's purse. This first story, we were 7 or 8 at a family barbecue. We're at my uncle's house. He lives in the mountains, and on his property he has a big tire swing made from an old tractor tire. Me and a few of the other cousins were swinging on it, pretending we were the Power Rangers. It had been a carefree day before Ren showed up. When we saw her walking up the hill towards us, the smirk that she had on her face was sinister. It was her signature devilish look that we'd come to recognize when Ren would pull one over on somebody, successfully stolen something, or had a devious plan that she wanted us to take part in. Usually, it involved swindling or stealing. This time, it was all 3 things. Down the hill, our collective families had been partying since noon. All of the kids were going to be sleeping in sleeping bags in my uncle's living room that night. We'd planned on watching movies, trading Pokemon on our Game Boys, but that never happened. Plans changed for 4 out of the 5 cousins when Ren presented the keys to her mom's minivan. She tells everyone the new plan is to sneak out, go for a joyride when the parents pass out. I'm the only cousin with enough brain cells to know that this is a bad idea. I said no before she even had the keys out of her pocket. But my other cousins aren't as bright as me. They went along with Ren's plan that night. I stayed in my sleeping bag, and I heard them giggling and whispering as they snuck out. A few minutes later, the minivan is in motion, and within moments of the engine turning on, Ren manages to immediately send the van over a hill in reverse with all of them inside. It made 3 barrel rolls and broke one of our cousins' legs. It injured everyone. All of them were in tears, and the broken leg was the worst of it, though. It took forever for the ambulance to get to the property. The leg looked like, well, it looked pretty fucked up. I remember the shin was bent all crazy. That night solidified me as the family's favorite cousin and number 1 on all of the relatives' wills without a doubt. The second story had by far worse consequences. I'm pretty sure that we were 14. It was Ren's birthday, and I was not allowed to stay for the sleepover, so my mom had picked me up. At around midnight, our house phone rings, and I hear my mom pick it up from her bedroom. It's my auntie calling from the emergency room, saying that Ren is in a coma. I'd get the first-hand story of what happened 3 days later, when Ren woke up. The plan that night was for them to sneak out, take a bus to the east side of Cleveland, and go ghost hunting in one of the abandoned buildings that Ren had been obsessing over for months. She talked about it every chance she got, swearing she'd seen something move in the broken-out windows whenever she rode past. Her parents, for whatever reason, actually agreed to let her do it, as long as she wasn't alone. So it was Ren and 3 other girls, a VHS camcorder, and an old Ouija board that someone's older brother had stolen from a garage sale. I guess the place inside was worse than they expected. No signs and no indication of what it used to be, just a rotting husk of a building, all graffitied and broken glass. They didn't get more than a few minutes of footage before the camcorder battery died, which they thought was weird because it had been fully charged when they left. But Ren was determined. If she couldn't film anything, then she'd just have to get their proof another way. They found an office tucked away in one of the back halls. The desk was still there, warped and peeling, but sturdy enough to set a board down. And that's when things got strange. The planchette started moving almost immediately. At first they thought that it was just someone messing around, but then it picked up speed. A name spelled itself out. Dante. That's what they said, anyway. Ren was the one controlling the session, the only one who seemed excited when the board started answering random questions. The others got nervous fast. They kept hearing something in the building, a sound like metal dragging against concrete, slow and steady but never stopping. But every time they shined the flashlight down the hall, there was nothing there. Then the board spelled out another message. Help me, here forever. That was enough for one of the girls. She let go and backed away. Eventually the others followed, but Ren stayed. They told me that she just sat there, staring at the board like she was waiting for it to say more. Then out of nowhere, she slumped forward. She didn't collapse, didn't seize up, just folded over the desk, her hands limp at her sides, like someone had flipped a switch and shut her off. At first they thought that she was playing around, but when she didn't respond, didn't even flinch when they shook her, they panicked. She was breathing, warm to the touch, but completely unresponsive. They had to run 3 blocks before they found a payphone to call for help. The paramedics couldn't explain it. She had no head trauma, no drugs or alcohol in her system, nothing that should have put her in a coma. She stayed like that, though, for 3 days. When she woke up, she said she didn't remember anything. Not the board, not the name it spelled out, not what happened before she passed out, but I don't think that's true. Because after she came home, she stopped talking about ghosts. She stopped sneaking out, stopped trying to convince everyone that she wasn't scared of anything. And sometimes, when she thought no one was looking, I'd catch her staring off into nothing, her eyes locked on a shadow that wasn't there. If I further pressed her about it, she would shake her head and tell me never mind or that it was nothing. But I could tell. She still heard or saw whatever it was, and whatever it was, it didn't appear to be done with her. Ren was sort of in this odd, catatonic state for years. She has since, I guess, moved on, but she really doesn't like talking about this. Almost tries to pretend it didn't happen. And if you ever bring up a Ouija board, well, she really gets upset. Definitely doesn't want to be in the presence of one. So yeah, something happened that night, and I'm just glad I wasn't there. I was never one to believe in ghosts, let alone Ouija boards. But when you're 17 at a friend's house in the middle of nowhere, and someone pulls out the board, you just play along. It was me, my best friend Jess, her cousin Nate, and his girlfriend Emily. We were in Jess's basement, the kind that was never finished. Concrete floors, exposed beams, old furniture covered in sheets. We lit a couple candles for the vibe, of course, and we put our hands on the planchette. At first, it was the usual nonsense. Is anyone here? Slow, shaky, yes. What's your name? Gibberish. We all accused each other of moving it, laughing every time it spelled something dumb. But then Nate, being the skeptic he was, rolled his eyes and asked something different. Tell us something only one of us would know. The planchette didn't move for a long time, and just as Emily was going to call it quits, it slid. It took its sweet time, but eventually we could see that it had spelled, sorry about the clock. Jess went pale. She pulled her hands away. Nope, I'm done. We all asked what that meant, but she refused to answer. We tried to keep going, but she wouldn't put her hand back on the board, so we said goodbye and packed it up. Later that night, after we were all camped out in the living room, Jess finally told us. Her grandfather had passed away earlier that year. The last time she saw him, he'd been fixing an old clock for her, one that hadn't worked for decades. He was halfway through the repairs when he had a stroke and passed away 2 days later. She still had the clock, untouched, sitting in the basement. I wish that was the end of it, but around 3 a.m., I woke up to this quiet, ticking, slow, rhythmic sound. I figured everyone had left their phone alarms on, but when I sat up, I realized it was coming from the basement. I was not about to investigate alone, so I shook Jess awake. She was groggy and annoyed, but when I told her to just listen, her expression changed. We woke up Nate and Emily. None of us wanted to go down there, but we also couldn't just ignore it. So with our phone flashlights cutting through the dark, we made our way to the basement floor. The moment Jess pulled it open, the ticking stopped. We stood there, silent, and then Jess muttered, "It's coming from the workbench." We inched forward, and sure enough, the clock, her grandfather's unfinished project, was sitting there, and the second hand was moving. The thing was working. None of us knew what to say. Jess walked up to it, hesitated, and then reached out and picked it up. She turned it over in her hands, eyes wide, and whispered, "It's not wound." The thing had no batteries, no working mechanism. It had been broken for years, and yet it had ticked. I don't think it was evil. I don't think it was even trying to scare us. But I do think it was real. And I'll never touch a Ouija board again, because sometimes the dead are still listening. And sometimes it might not be somebody's grandpa. I guess in this case, we just got lucky. My dad worked in security. I got into it after he passed. One night, I was called on my night off. They needed someone to go fill in on another site. I'd never worked the site before, but hey, overtime. I accepted. It was one of my dad's old sites. So it's 0200. I'm doing my rounds. I enter one of the buildings, and I think I see someone moving up ahead. It's 0200, and the building is locked. There shouldn't be anyone in there. I quietly close the door behind me and creep up for a closer look. At the end of the hall is a security guard, which is odd as I'm the only guard on duty at the time. So I'm eyeing this guy, and I notice the uniform. It's for a company that doesn't exist anymore. In fact, it's for the company my dad worked for when he was at this site. So it hits me that this is my dad. I'm standing there, watching him. He's apparently doing a round of the building that I'm patrolling. I watch him. He looks directly at me, as if he could see me. He looks at me for about 30 seconds or so, and then he turns the corner. I ran to catch up with him, but he was gone. Almost 2 years later, I still swear I actually saw him that night. I don't know if it was a ghost, if I was hallucinating because it was one of his old posts and I was emotional, or if maybe somehow time loops exist and I actually saw him working the site in the past. I honestly don't know, but every time I have a night off and they can't find anyone to fill in, I jump at it, no longer for the overtime, but with the hope that whatever happened that first time happens again. I filled in over 20 times there since that encounter, and I haven't seen anything since. This took place about 12 to 13 years ago. I was 18 when this happened, but I swear I remember it as clear as most days recently. On this particular night, I was a designated sober driver, as I had recently broken my hand playing rugby, and after I had made my last drop-off around 1 a.m., I decided I'd call it a night. As I was driving home, I was approaching a local historic house reserve, and outside of this house was what appeared to be a hitchhiker. I obviously thought this was weird as hell, because being rugby season, it was pretty damn cold at 1 a.m., and due to the recent spat of break-ins in the area, I honestly considered picking up this hitchhiker because I thought that they would be safer crashing at my parents' for the night than on the streets of Belfast, Christchurch. As I got closer to this hitchhiker, I got a look at their face. Now, this is going to sound bizarre, and it's difficult to explain clearly, but the best I can do is liken the face to an old, brown, leathery volleyball type thing. I felt my blood run cold, literally, as I quickly accelerated away. After a couple of seconds, I looked in my rearview mirror, and there was nothing there. Now, proper scared, I practically raced home. Once I got inside, I saw my parents just about to go to bed. My mom says, "Are you okay, Isaac? You look like you've seen a ghost." I was just, funny you say that, as I recounted what I had just experienced. A couple of weeks later, I was having a conversation with my mom about some other bullshit that I can't remember nowadays, but she mentions that she told my uncle about what I had said. I was told about the apparent story of a hitchhiker that had been murdered after being picked up from outside that house. Now, I'm unsure if that's true at all, but the whole thing made me think differently about the idea of ghosts. I never believed before this night, and now I do. Anyhow, that's my story. Cheers. I'm originally from Lethbridge, Canada, but I lived in Vancouver for almost 5 years. 4 years for school and an additional year just to live and work on my own. Most of my time was dedicated to school and work, which was rather uneventful in comparison to the story I'll share here. My first 3 years in Vancouver, I lived near the water in a mother-in-law style apartment. If you don't know what that is, it's basically a fully functioning apartment in the lower half of a home. Bathrooms, kitchen, living space, etc. It was an absolutely beautiful place to call a temporary home, especially for a college kid. An affordable place in a prime location. Owners who were incredibly nice people who mainly kept to themselves but also acted as very attentive landlords. But it came with its own sort of catch. About 3 months into living there, I was feeling pretty comfortable. Maybe I was too comfortable, and that's why everything started happening when it did. Either way, 3 months in, I was having these strange dreams, nightmares, paired with waking up suddenly and feeling like I wasn't alone. They would continue on and off for the better part of a year. Normally, the dreams were me standing by the back door. It was made of glass and had large, thick curtains, which I kept closed at night. But during the day, they let in a gorgeous amount of light. and offered a small peekaboo view of the neighboring Victoria Island. In my dreams, however, these curtains were open at night, and the view was nothing like I saw in my waking hours. There were no homes neighboring this one, no telephone wires crossing the skyline. The view was incredible. You could see the entire island. It was like the dreams took me back in time, one where there was just less in the way of buildings and more in the way of trees and nature. Almost magical. Except it's while enjoying this view, I realize I'm cold and wet. Doesn't seem too strange, not at first. But it changes, not the view or my coldness, but my entire perspective. I hear the bedroom door being kicked in, but I don't turn around. Suddenly, I'm being grabbed from behind, but I manage to escape whoever's attempting to grab me. I never see their face. I never see my face. I'm frantic, and somehow, I understand that if they touch me again, I'm dead. It's the most fear I've ever felt in a dream. Still, to this day. Eventually, I make my way to a locked door. It's the door that connects the rest of the home to the mother-in-law apartment. I struggle for far too long and feel as if I'm working with two brains. One who knows this door is never unlocked, and one who thinks it should be. Someone's coming. I run from the door and back towards the bedroom where the glass door is. I catch a glimpse of the view one last time, just before I'm thrown onto the bed. Before I can see anything else or do anything else, I'm being smothered. I can feel myself struggling to breathe. I know I'm close to passing out, and then one of those brains tells me to wake up. Usually, that's when I'm thrown awake, gasping for air, and feeling like I'm not alone. Though other times, it would be a dream within a dream. I'd wake up, have the sensation I wasn't alone, but I'd call out, "Hello? Is someone there?" I get no response, but I'd feel pressure applied to my shoulder, as if someone's hand was on it. As I turned to see the hand, I'd be thrown awake. For real this time. Each time I'd wake up for real, I'd never call out to someone, despite feeling a presence. Instead, I'd literally count sheep until I'd fall asleep, not waking again until morning. These types of dreams would come multiple times a week. I started keeping a journal, only to realize it was literally the same dream. I wasn't in control of it, and nothing changed, so I eventually stopped writing about them. Up to this point, I'd never had a reoccurring dream before. Nothing like this. My dreams usually involved me trying to concentrate and getting disrupted, or dreams where, honestly, things just don't make sense. But these dreams, they sort of made sense, but they also felt really real. As time went on, I started to feel a little uneasy around the apartment. I'd spend my days just living in it as one does, but my evenings felt dreadful and that I knew I'd be walking or running through these halls again soon. However, shortly after the dream started, so did everything else. The shower, for example. I'd taken countless showers. Nothing off had ever happened before. But suddenly, when I'd be showering at night, I'd hear yelling. Not just one or two, but continuous yelling and arguing. I could never discern what they were saying, but it was clear these were voices. I'd shut the water off and nothing. Eventually, I started playing music in the shower because I couldn't handle the sound of constant arguing. I had no idea how to drown it out without other noise. There was also the reappearing handprint on the glass door. The glass gets fogged up in that room after a shower. You have to ventilate a bit to prevent this, but usually it's so cold I don't crack a window. So eventually, after getting dressed and all of that, I'd open up the shades and crack the back door to let out some of the excess steam. And a few times, I'd see this single handprint on the window right as I did. But I don't mean it was just there. I mean it appeared as I opened the curtains. Then, yes, it would disappear with the rest of the condensation. leading me to believe, oh, that's nothing. I probably touched the window real quick without noticing. I told myself that a lot, but did I ever believe it? Not really. Finally, towards the end of my first year in the apartment, I saw a woman. I only saw her once, but I think that it was the same woman that I'd feel in my dreams, possibly the same woman whose presence I'd felt when I'd wake up. My theory has always been that something happened to her, maybe in that apartment. So yeah, my theory does lean heavily on the existence of ghosts or spirits, but I don't know how else to explain it. One night I was cooking, a little later than I normally would, but I'd forgotten to eat almost all day because of studying and not letting any real light in. Now it was dark, but I still felt like getting a view of the night sky and some fresh air. As my noodles cooked, I made my way to the glass door, opened up the curtains, and cracked the door. As I looked up at the view, the windows were highly reflective since the indoor lights were still on. In the reflection, just behind me, I saw a woman sitting on my bed. She had blonde hair and was facing the other direction. She appeared to be crying. Could I hear her? Before that thought could really go anywhere, I instinctively gasped and turned around. No one was there. Quickly facing the glass door again, she was gone. After actually seeing someone outside of a dream, I decided that I'd figure out a way to ask my landlords or the owners of the home if anyone had ever reported something similar. I think at first they thought I was trying to think of an excuse to break my lease, but after talking further, they seemed to entertain my talking, though I didn't get any real answers. The couple had bought the house just 2 years before I had moved in, though it was built back in the early 50s. Many owners since its time of fruition, and according to the couple, they'd never heard of anything strange, but furthermore, I was their first tenant. So everything continued as it was, only school got more stressful and sleep became more precious than ever. I needed to figure out some way to sleep in peace and not disrupt my living situation. Now, some people may find this next part silly, but I really don't care. It worked. Also, I challenge others to be plagued by night terrors or visions and see what genius plans they come up with. Anyway, one night while lying in bed, I was already feeling emotional about the potential loss of sleep that I could experience. So I started speaking. I don't know who I was talking to, but I like to imagine it was the woman from my dreams. I asked her, "Do you need something from me?" Obviously, I got no response, so I just kept going. I told her that I was living here now, going to school. I told her who I was, and I asked who she was, with no response. Finally, I told her that I was sorry if something happened to her. I told her that as much as I wish I could change it all, I couldn't do that, but that I thought it was time that she moved on. I told her that sometimes the dreams were a little too scary, so much so that I couldn't sleep. I told her that she didn't have to leave, but that I thought she'd be happier if she did. I didn't have any dreams that night, or the remaining 2 years I was there. At least not those kinds of dreams. The only other thing that happened was the week I was moving out of that place. I was cleaning all the windows and walls. I got to the glass doors. I opened the curtains, and without any condensation in the room at all, I briefly saw a familiar handprint both appear and disappear, almost instantly. I considered that my official goodbye from the woman I'd silently shared my space with. It's always made me wonder, what exactly makes spirits stay in certain places, and do they have a choice? So I'm a 27-year-old Uber driver, and of all the messed up stories I've collected over the last year, none of them have screwed with my head like with what happened last night. Once I got home, it took me hours to fall asleep, but then I dreamed about it, and now I'm writing about it. I always work nights on the weekends. I'm not in a big city, so if you want to actually make enough money to live on, that's when you have to do it. As usual, I spent most of my time driving drunk people around, but none of them were especially rowdy or loud. It was actually one of the easiest nights I've had. Then, at 4 a.m., I signed out of work and headed home. I was almost out of the city limits when I saw a distraught girl standing on the side of the road, sobbing with her hands over her face. It wasn't the safest place for her to be, especially alone. I had to check on her. I'm not a complete idiot. I know the scam where a woman tricks you into pulling over, but I would have never forgiven myself if I kept driving and something happened. As I pulled over, I reached under my seat and placed my gun within easy reach, just in case. And then I cracked the passenger window. She looked at me, and I could see her tears were genuine. Her eyes were red and puffy, snot poured from her nose, and her words were barely intelligible. All the while, I was looking in every direction, ready to hit the gas if anyone else appeared, but they didn't. She had a fight with her boyfriend who made her get out of the car a couple of miles back. That was how far she'd walked before she couldn't go any further. I offered to take her home, and once the door was open, I could see that she was wearing open-toed sandals with a yellow dress which was covered in mud. She even apologized for tracking mud into the car, but that was the last thing on my mind. Assuming that she had fallen on her walk, I didn't mention it. I drove by the bridge where she was left at all the time, and it crossed over an especially muddy creek bed. The road flooded when it rained, and there'd been a lot of rain lately. The guy who ditched her also threw her purse out the window as he drove off. Her phone was inside, so she didn't have a light to look for it or a way to call for help. Nothing. There were no other cars around when we got close to the bridge, so I turned on the high beams, slowed to a crawl, and rolled down the window in hopes of seeing her purse before we had to get out and physically search. It would have been on the driver's side, so my full attention was focused on the tall, muddy grass along the road. My back was to the woman, but we continued our conversation, and I'd already let go of any suspicions. When we were about to pull onto the bridge, I asked if she wanted to do one more pass before we got out, but she didn't respond. Assuming that she was trying to make up her mind, I added that my eyesight isn't the greatest, and she might have better luck, but she still didn't answer. Finally, I turned towards her, but she was gone. She hadn't crawled in the back seat. She wasn't on the floorboard, and it's ridiculous that I even checked because it's a pretty small car. If she had moved, I would still be able to see her. Logically, I understand that she couldn't have gotten out either. If she had, the doors would have made the unlock sound, and the lights would have come on. It would have been impossible to miss. Yet there I was, alone in the middle of that dark road. So I got out and called for her. I hadn't realized she never said her name until that moment. But as I stood in the silent night, I couldn't help returning to my original theory. Was it a setup after all? Were there a bunch of guys hiding in the trees, waiting for me to step away from the car? Even if they were, how had she gotten out? Well, I wasn't going to test my theory. Regardless of how she did it, she had clearly brought me there and left me under her own volition. She'd been incredibly upset, but she wasn't behaving erratically or irrationally. Given the circumstances, she'd made perfectly logical choices until that moment. After calling out a few more times, I quickly got back into the car and left, paying especially close attention to the tree line, but I still didn't see anyone. I replayed her disappearance the whole way home, and I came no closer to understanding what occurred. In my garage, I realized that the mud was gone too. My floorboards were clean again, as if she never existed. I genuinely began to wonder if I lost my mind. My brother thought I was on drugs, while my sister just sounded worried and asked me to get some sleep. It wasn't until later this afternoon that I spoke to anyone who actually believed me. I always go to the same gas station near my house, so everyone knows me pretty well there. The owner, Jeb, a man in his 60s, has lived here his entire life, and he believed me because he knew the girl. If I had described her to him, or anyone at all, I would think that he was messing with me. But this was too freaky to write off. I shared almost every detail that I've shared here, right down to what I was thinking every step of the way. But I never described anything about her physical appearance, other than I believed her to be in her 20s. Yet when my story was finished, he described her as if he had been there. He knew what she looked like and what she was wearing, down to her open-toed sandals. And he told me a couple of stories. One was about how he had once seen the same woman standing on the side of the same road. One night, he was on his way home and he didn't notice her until it was too late to stop. So he parked further up and reversed back towards where she was, only she wasn't there anymore. Assuming he had frightened her, he tried calling out to ask if she needed help, but there was no response. Not sure what else to do, he went home. That happened to him 5 years ago. The next day, he ran into a cop buddy and mentioned the girl, wondering if something had happened to her or if there had been an accident. After describing the event, his friend went pale, told him about a murder that had taken place the previous year. A young couple had been out together when they began to argue. It escalated to the point that the boyfriend pulled over and forced the girlfriend out of the car. Once she was out, he sped off, but soon turned around and ran her over, right there on the side of the road. Her body was found the following morning, and the boyfriend was caught in the neighboring state shortly after. No matter how I look at it, I can't come up with any explanation other than I must have given a ride to a ghost. I'm a 29-year-old female in northern Louisiana. My husband and I just moved out here with our son after my brother died 2 months ago. He didn't have any kind of will, so everything automatically just came to me. And since we were living in a cramped, slummy apartment, we decided to move. My brother overdosed, collapsed in the hallway, but we've always been skeptics, so the possibility of a haunting wasn't even on our radar. I was barely holding it together in general. I can't stress how much that kind of stuff never remotely occurred to us, even after things started happening. It still took a long time for our minds to go there. We were so busy the first week that we dismissed a lot of strange noises as animals living in the walls. The house is in a heavily wooded rural area, so it seemed like an obvious answer. It was only after we finished getting everything unpacked that Nolan, my husband, started paying attention to the noises. Once he pointed it out, I agreed it sounded strange, like something big is clawing at the actual wall. Any insulation between it and the animal is gone. There's more than just a squirrel or rodent running around in the crawl spaces. This is more like a huge raccoon got really pissed off and started tearing away into the home. We didn't know what to do. Our son is only 3. We didn't want to risk a possibly rabid animal getting inside, and I didn't want Nolan anywhere near it either, so we called animal control. After their second visit, they said the only thing they found was a family of squirrels, which were safely relocated. But we insisted that there had to be more. We showed them a video of a particularly intense scratching incident. It convinced them to check again, and larger traps were placed, but nothing else was captured. It got to the point that animal control recommended that we call the police in case we had a squatter. We were immediately freaked out. I'd seen body cam footage of that shit on YouTube, so we called the cops. They checked everywhere, but there was no trash or makeshift bedding like they'd usually find in those circumstances. If not for the video, I don't think they would have believed us, but they agreed the noise was concerning and asked us to call them the next time it happened. Nolan didn't tell me until later, but they were worried someone was coming in and out purely for the sake of scaring us. We heard it the next night, and the same officers returned. but it stopped less than a minute before they arrived. They searched everywhere, but still came up empty-handed. The officers were kind enough to stay for an extra 20 minutes, just in case it started again, but no such luck. During that time, we shared our whole story of why we moved here, and the police suggested it could be my brother's ghost. That was the last time we involved authorities, not because we were offended, but we were starting to think the same thing ourselves. The police being involved was all we had left grounding us to reality. It made it real, tangible, but after hearing them say it too, that was hard. It took close to a month for those events to play out, but that wasn't the only thing going on during that period. Our son never had a problem sleeping in his own room until we moved here. At first, we blamed the combination of animal noises on top of being in a new place. We let him stay in our room while he adjusted, but we were equally unsuccessful on this front. If the noises happened during the day, we would take Grayson to it and explain exactly how animals sometimes crawl into people's homes to build their nests. Then I found several YouTube videos of cute, fluffy raccoons being safely relocated. If anything, it worked too well. Grayson was not only no longer afraid, he was adamant that we needed to adopt the raccoons. Since he was no longer afraid of the noises, we thought that he would return to his room. But then he told a horrifying story about a man coming in and sleeping next to him. I almost fainted until he added that the man had a purple face, puffy blue lips, and a chin covered in whipped cream, like a cartoon character. We thought it must be imaginary and assumed everything traced back to the new environment. We should have explained the noises sooner. By this point, Animal Control had set the first traps, so we were thinking that it would be over any day now. Clearly, that wasn't the case, and things with the purple man continued to progress. Grayson began having nightmares that would keep us awake. So Nolan and I began taking turns sleeping in our son's room, starting with my husband, since he had to work the next morning. At breakfast, I asked how he slept, expecting the answer to be positive, but he said the noises were even louder in the back, to the point that it freaked him out a little bit. I had the same experience on my first night, but then things were quiet for a day or two. Then, on one of Nolan's turns, he randomly got in bed with us around 2 a.m. He tried not to wake me, but he was shaking like a leaf. I assumed that he must have been cold and went back to sleep. The next thing I knew, it was morning, and Nolan was still awake. He followed me into the kitchen while I made breakfast and said that he felt like he was losing his mind. The scratching had woken him up again, and he rolled over to grab his water from the nightstand. When his eyes opened, he was facing the hallway through the open door, and a man that looked like my brother walked by. Nolan jumped out of bed, chased after him, but he couldn't find any trace of the guy. He had gone out right behind him, but no one was there. I didn't know how he didn't wake up during all of this, but he peeked in on us before checking every room, but nothing was out of place. Then, when he finally got into bed, he couldn't stop listening for footsteps. At first, I thought he dreamed the whole thing, and it just scared him so badly that he woke up and thought it was all one event. But this was also the same day that Animal Control had advised speaking with the police, so we were extra freaked out by their suggestion. I admittedly panicked pretty hard at first, but after the police did their search, I began to look at everything from a calmer perspective. It just seemed too unlikely that we would happen to get some kind of invisible ninja squatter. So I stuck to my original theories and stayed in the other room as planned. As expected, the scratching noise eventually woke me up, so I looked around but saw nothing and no one. I quickly fell back asleep, and even with that one interruption, it was the most sleep I'd gotten since this all started. The next night, however, is what did me in. When the scratching noise came, I just laid there waiting for it to stop, and it did. But then someone sat at the foot of the bed, and my heart stopped. When I opened my eyes, the weight vanished, but it didn't feel like anyone stood up. It was just there 1 second and gone the next. I almost retreated into the master bedroom, but the longer I was awake, the more I began to doubt myself. Obviously, no one could have sat on the bed and vanished into thin air, so I calmed down enough to fall back asleep, and that's when I had an incredibly vivid dream of my brother standing over me during the night. He didn't look normal. He was dead. His face was almost purple. His lips were blue. And there was something off-white, kind of like vomit, around his mouth and down his chin. Suddenly, that description didn't sound like a cartoon anymore. I told a friend what was going on, and she fully believes my brother is haunting us. But I don't want to believe that. Not because I'm a skeptic, but because I can't cope with the fact that my brother could be trapped in that state for, ever? I don't even know how that's supposed to work. It was right after this that we had our final chat with the police, and why their ghost joke made us so uneasy. Unfortunately, my son never got to meet his uncle, but I set out a handful of pictures in front of Grayson, and I asked, do any of them resemble the scary man? I was even more freaked out when he picked up the picture of my brother. So I started researching spirits and hauntings like crazy. We tried different cleansings and simple rituals, but things only seemed to stay the same or get worse. Not long after this, Grayson was taking a nap on the couch while I cleaned the kitchen, and he suddenly started crying, loud, like he was hurt. I ran into the living room and scooped him up just as he was running out. I saw the scratches immediately. 2 red welts spreading across his neck. That's when I knew this thing wasn't my brother. It was both a relief and extra terrifying all at once. We still don't know what it is, and we don't really care now that Grayson is with Nolan's mother until we can leave. It hurts me to sell the house and the land, but I know my brother will always be a part of us. We don't need a place to be close to him, and I know he would want what's best for his nephew. We've talked to a real estate agent and everything is ready to go, but we can't afford to move until we have a buyer, so we're just trying to hang in there. If anyone has any tips on how to survive in the meantime, all advice is much appreciated. It doesn't bother us as much as it did Grayson, but I've woken up with scratches on my back, and Nolan has seen the guy in broad daylight on 3 separate occasions now. The other night I was in bed. I know I wasn't entirely asleep because I could hear the sounds of the house, and I was technically meditating. So my eyes were closed. I felt relaxed, focused on my breathing. I found myself suddenly opening my eyes. I'd been on my way to sleep, but now I was totally alert, my senses heightened for seemingly no reason. I felt a subtle movement at my legs, but that didn't immediately alert me since it's my dog's favorite place to sleep. I was wide awake now and sitting upright, and I witnessed a shadowy figure gracefully rise from the comfort of the end of my bed and silently walk away, making its way towards the exit of my room. With my dog nestled at the foot of my bed, I usually feel a sense of peace that envelops the room when I see this sight. This particular night, that familiar calm was accompanied by the shadow that emerged from where my dog lay. The feeling wasn't replaced by a negative one, but this time it was as if the very essence of the room had also taken form and manifested as this mysterious silhouette. I guess all this to say that the whole experience was really positive. Sure, at first it felt a bit eerie, and I didn't understand why I was awake, but the calmness was the same. There was still tranquility, and my current dog wasn't bothered by the experience at all. I couldn't help but wonder what the shadow's presence was as I laid there in bed. Was it something more than just peaceful? Was it familiar? Recently, I'd lost my grandma, And the night that I'd had this experience, I'd just celebrated 4 months clean and sober, which doesn't sound like a lot, I know, but it's the longest I've done in a long time, and I intend to take it one day at a time. Maybe it goes without saying for anyone who's done any sort of recovery work, but I've been doing a lot of praying, hoping that alcohol will never find its place in my life again. During this process, somehow I've felt that lately meditation, or at least just taking time to be mindful and express gratitude, even if it's just silently, I believe that we become attuned to even the subtlest energies that surround us, even those of our dearly departed. I have to wonder, was the shadow the spirit of my grandma, visiting from the realm beyond to offer solace and encouragement? Or perhaps it was the manifestation of another being altogether, drawn to the energy of transformation that's hopefully permeating my space. Regardless, the shadow left an impression on me. As I laid there, contemplating the significance of the encounter, I sort of felt a renewed purpose in my recovery. I truly hope to have similar experiences again in life, but I'm so curious how many others have had similar experiences to mine. In my mid-20s, I worked at a subacute rehab facility. Generally, these places exist to help those who are struggling after an accident or surgery, etc. Helps regain their mobility and quality of life with the help of physical therapy and around-the-clock nursing care. I worked in the dementia unit. These patients were long-term, and most ended up living out the rest of their lives there. Although it was called the dementia unit, our patients were comprised of those suffering from permanent or long-term brain-related conditions. These included dementia, Alzheimer's, comas, strokes, traumatic brain injuries, and brain tumors. These are the experiences I had while working there. 1. A disembodied hand. I had just clocked in for the evening, and I received a report from the day shift nurse. I was standing at the end of the hallway with my back against the wall, reviewing the notes that I'd taken from the previous nurse. Whilst reading over my slip of paper, I felt what could only be described as a hand dragging its fingers horizontally across my abdomen. I jerked back and looked around, but I was completely alone. 2. The Call Light Symphony. Although I don't have a particular story about the call lights, it was a normal occurrence to have call lights in empty rooms triggered. Even in rooms where the wires attached to the call button were unplugged from the wall, some nights the nurses would be forced to respond to several phantom calls for empty rooms. 3. The Empty Room Ghost. At the very end of one of our halls contained a habitually empty room. The heat/air conditioning unit was broken, so patients were never placed there. The nurses and aides would use that room for privacy during personal phone calls, to poop in peace, or whatever else required some seclusion. One evening, I headed into that room's bathroom to touch up my makeup and fix my hair. I left the door slightly ajar while going about my business. I was putting my hair up in a bun when the bathroom door slammed shut behind me. Mid-heart attack, I spun around and jerked the door back open. The room was empty. The time it would have taken a human to exit the room would have been longer than what it took me to open the bathroom door. I'd also like to note that there was no furniture in the room, nothing a human could have hid behind. I'm convinced it wasn't a living person who slammed that door. 4. The Last Farewell. One patient we had residing in the long-term unit was a middle-aged woman with severe Down syndrome. She was mostly nonverbal, save for a couple of words she would utter randomly. She was very sweet and always had a smile on her face. It was my turn to help her eat dinner the night this story takes place. She didn't have the motor skills to eat properly, so I spoon-fed her while we caught up on some cartoons on her TV set. But this particular night, she acted completely out of character. I didn't notice at first because I was engrossed in the show we were watching. I failed to notice her attempts to get my attention. She finally resorted to using grunts to call me away from the TV screen. When I did finally notice, she seemed overjoyed with something. Her mouth was stretched into a wide grin, and she was pointing at an empty, dark corner in the back of her room. I could clearly see the corner, but nothing else. I looked back and forth between her and the corner, but I couldn't understand what she was trying to communicate. She was pointing, giggling, and waving at apparently nothing in the corner. I tried asking her what she was trying to show me. Simple yes or no questions that she could nod and shake her head to. I became uneasy with her actions because I knew she was seeing something I could not. After I finished up feeding her, I walked back out into the hallway and was immediately approached by a fellow nurse. My stomach sank, and I felt queasy while she told me that the next-door neighbor of the woman I was just feeding had passed away during dinner time. 5. The Window Watcher. Not my story. This was told to me by a fellow nurse. My friend, let's call her Mary. She worked the night shift at the same rehab as I did, but this story takes place years before I was hired there. Mary was close to one of her patients, and she went out of her way to make her feel special. The patient was an elderly woman with no living family and was chronically lonely. Let's call the patient Emily. When Mary bonded with Emily, it became a habit of Emily's to wait by her room's window, which faced the employee parking lot. So when she saw Mary walking up to the building, she could wave. This became a special occasion for Emily, and the two would wave to one another before and after Mary's shift while she traveled to and from the employee parking lot. Then Emily fell ill and was unable to get out of bed for a while. Every time Mary pulled up for work, she would check to see if Emily was waiting by the window. When she didn't see her, she would know walking in that Emily was sick. This went on for a few weeks. Mary would pull into the parking lot, hoping to see her sweet patient up and out of bed, waiting patiently to wave at her. But then one day, Mary showed up at work and saw Emily standing at her window, peering out over the employee parking lot. Mary was thrilled and hopped out of her car and gave Emily a gleeful wave. But Emily stood motionless, didn't react to Mary's exuberant greeting. Puzzled, Mary headed into the building only to quickly find out Emily passed away earlier that day. Well, I hope you enjoyed these stories as much as I enjoyed sharing them. This is the story of how the aunt I never came to know died. I'm 38 now, but I learned about this when I was a teenager. My dad actually shared it with me when he was still alive, but it's still questionable if that was intentional or not. We were moving from one place to another, and I'd seen a picture that I'd never seen before in my life. I recognized the little boy as my dad, but I didn't recognize the little girl standing with him in the photo. My mom was the one closest to me when I stumbled upon the picture, so I asked her, "Who is this?" She looked at the photo first. I could tell she knew the answer, but then she shot me a look like she wasn't going to tell me. It was a super weird moment of silence before I asked her again, like, "Come on, Mom, tell me who that is." As I said this, she sort of shushed me. I laughed because it was out of character, and then she just walked out of the room. I was so confused. So, with the photo in hand, I followed her. It was as if she was literally trying to outrun me. Finally, instead of laughing, I stopped in my tracks and I said, "Fine, I'll just ask Dad." And she came running back to where I was. And then, just as before, she started to shush me. I gave her a look, hoping to convey I was serious. But then my dad walked into the hallway area we were occupying, and he asked what we were running around about and what I was going to just ask Dad about. Long story short, I accidentally made my dad cry. He tried to hide it, but I know he did, when I showed him the picture. And then I felt so bad I left the room crying. Teenagers. So I didn't even get the story until later, maybe 2 weeks later. But by that time, I'd kind of forgotten about the photo because we'd moved and everything was so hectic when I started school that year. I didn't really forget about it, but I'd put to bed the idea of asking about it again. Then one night, we're all watching a movie. I can't even tell you what it was, but my dad paused it, and out of the blue, for me anyway, apparently he'd been building up to this with my mom for a while, he says to me, "I could have prevented my sister's death, but I didn't. I'll never forgive myself. I'll always consider myself to blame. I've never talked to anyone about this except your mother, because there's no question that no matter the intentions, what happened resulted in her death." Now, before you go judging my dad too harshly, I should remind you he's no longer with us, but most importantly, he was only 5 years old when this happened, and he carried this with him his whole life. Certain fears he had, well, they made sense after I learned the story. Honestly, a lot made sense once I learned the story. He was 5 and in kindergarten. His sister was 7 and in the 1st grade. Her classroom was located across the hall directly parallel to my dad's classroom, and the doorways faced each other. All that day, his sister and her friends would taunt my dad from their classroom, make faces, putting the L above their heads, calling him names when he was in ear's range of the door. Just typical sibling drama. Earlier that day at one of their recesses, he'd accidentally embarrassed her in front of her crush, and she wasn't in the business of forgiveness. The bullying continued on the bus ride home after school, only intensified. She and one of her friends from class, they sat in the back to deliver the harassment. By that point, my dad said he'd had enough of it. He turned around and directed a few choice words their way, but that only increased the barrage of insults. And during this time, they lived in the mountains of the western United States, and the houses had acres between the next. The trip home took a little over 50 minutes from school, and he said that they were only 3 or 4 minutes out of the school's gates before she unleashed a bomb on him. She really dug into him with her words, and finally got his cheeks to turn red and his eyes to flutter with speechless disbelief, slowly welling with tears. He interrupted himself to explain that he thought his sister was trying to make him feel the embarrassment that he'd made her feel that day. Well, she stood up in her seat and said something to the likes of, "My disgusting brother still wears diapers because he pees his pants so much." The bus driver tells her to sit down, but the bus full of kids has already erupted in laughter. Even kids in his kindergarten room are laughing. He's humiliated and makes it worse by crying. He said he sat in laughter and ridicule from his peers all the way until their stop. Their parents weren't home yet, usually arriving a couple hours after my dad and his sister got home. When they got to their front yard, my dad, still crying, ran up to the porch and into the house. He quickly shut the door behind him and locked it before his sister could get in. Their doors were never locked, so this just meant that she'd have to walk around back to get inside. Still, he said it felt satisfying to slam the door in her face. He ran into the living room and stood there with his arms folded and a smug look on his face. He was waiting for her to come in through the back door, but then he heard her screams from the backyard. He thought she was trying to trick him, so he cautiously walked through their kitchen area to the back glass door. The first thing he saw was one of the biggest mountain lions he'd ever seen, but his sister was nowhere in sight. Suddenly, the giant cat lunged its head down and out of view, and he realized it was on top of his sister. It was so quick that he grabbed the sliding glass door and started to scream at the cougar, who then tried to grab his sister's body in its mouth to drag her away. He saw a few of his toy cars on the back deck. He grabbed them and began throwing them at the large cat while screaming. One managed to actually hit the cougar, and he thought that's why it dropped his sister's body and jumped back over the fence into the forest behind their house. Within almost the same instant, a neighbor came running over. He was yelling and had his arm above his head. Shortly after that, his wife, or possibly the man's mother, was there as well. The old woman stood in horror as the man attempted to perform CPR. From my dad's current point of view, given his height, he couldn't actually see his sister. As he began to step forward, the old woman called out for him to stay back. Then, she made her way to where he was standing. She told my dad that she called the police before coming over. He didn't really know what that meant, but he thought that it would be good news. He thought the police could for sure help his sister. As my dad sat with the woman inside, he explained where his parents were. He remembers sitting in the kitchen and hearing the woman call his mother. He'd heard her scream over the phone, and he'd never heard her sound like that before. Her voice wasn't angry, she was anguished. My dad's sister was unfortunately already dead by the time the neighbors had shown up, well before my grandparents made their way home. My dad said after that day, he didn't talk for a year, maybe more. He doesn't even remember what made him start talking again, but one day, he was verbal. But he never spoke about what happened that day, ever. Not until he met my mom, at least. Honestly, I'm so glad he told her. I think if he actually had carried that alone, he wouldn't have grown into being the dad that I loved so very much. He would often say that my mom saved his life, and I guess I always wondered a little bit what that meant. Was it just the typical, I was a rebel before this lady kind of thing? It didn't really seem that way, but this story, I think I understood what he meant. Another thing was his fear of cats. It was a really big one. So much so that I've never actually owned one. I suppose I could now, but he was absolutely terrified of them. And he was never an outdoorsy man, which could be a lot of things, but I think this is also a huge reason that he kept us in the city. I told my dad straight up when he told me this that I didn't think he should blame himself at all. It was really just a horrible accident, and he was so young. Plus, he did try to help with his cars and all. Anyway, thanks for reading. Parents out there, I guess I'm looking for a little advice. My name is Maddie, my husband's name's Tyler. We're new parents, and our beautiful baby girl was born May 5th, 2023. Her name is Kinsley. She was born right on her due date, 7 pounds, 3 ounces. Her pediatrician says that she's in perfect health. If this was a health-related issue, I promise I wouldn't be asking for this kind of advice. But I guess my question for you, seasoned parents, is more of, is this normal for an 8-month-old? I originally thought she had something wrong with her vision because when me and Tyler would pick her up, she started doing this thing where her eyes wouldn't focus on us. It's like she's staring just past us. Then she gets a real scared look on her face before she starts crying. This doesn't happen every time we pick her up, though. But when it happens, Kinsley's dead set on staring at whatever her eyes are following. And in these moments, it's not us. Tyler and I would try to block her vision with our heads or put ourselves in her line of sight, but she'd start getting squirmy and really cranky, moving her neck around, trying to see past us. I did my own little eye exam, even though her pediatrician says her eyes are perfectly fine. But while she was laying in her crib, I held her stuffed bear above her head, and she was able to follow each direction I moved it. She also started getting the idea of crawling yesterday, and she did the same thing. I was sitting on the floor in the playroom. She was a few feet away, and I was patting on the carpet, making silly noises, encouraging her to crawl towards me. She's smiling. I'm smiling. She starts getting into the crawl position, and I keep patting the carpet, Then she does a weird shake like something startled her. Her head turns, and while she still maintains her crawl position, her eyes and attention are now fixated on the corner of the room. I keep patting the carpet and start softly calling her name, but nothing can get her out of this weird frozen baby trance. Even clapping my hands didn't make her flinch. At one point, her face does this thing. It starts to contort, and it's horrifying to see my baby so afraid or upset by something that I finally just get up and walk over to her, and like clockwork, crying starts. Usually she's screaming, and before I can swoop her up, she's already attempting to crawl my way. She's had this same reaction every time she's started crawling over the last couple of weeks. I know Kinsley's only 8 months old, but up until now, she'd never really been a fussy baby. She barely cried when we took her home from the hospital. That's why this sudden uptick in behavior is so alarming. Being a paranoid first-time parent, I've been taking notes for the pediatrician, but I'm embarrassed to bring her these findings when what I've compiled is basically what I've stated here. Her frozen moments of terror, they're frequent, at least once a day for the last 2 weeks. They're not long. None of these episodes have happened in public, only here, and they mostly all occur in the playroom. There's literally no other symptoms of this, but I don't know what could be going on. I'm honestly just trying to keep my own sanity right now, and I'm trying to find anything logical that we can grab a hold of. Tyler's convinced there's a ghost in the house. He's going off the deep end with Kinsley, especially because Kinsley seems afraid. I don't know if men can feel postpartum, but every time Kinsley has an episode, Tyler gets filled with rage and starts yelling that this is God's house. I think he's feeling like I am. We're both lost as to how we can help our baby. It's like I don't know how to turn his deductive reasoning into something that's not paranormal. I will admit, when we first moved into our home, it was probably the most stressful couple of months that we'd experienced together, until now. Kinsley had just been born then when a neighboring unit of our apartment complex had a fire. Our unit wasn't touched, but our whole floor had to be moved into temporary housing. We were placed in a duplex a few miles away, and that's where we are now. It's where we've been for months, and it's really starting to get to all of us. Tyler hates it here, and this Kinsley conspiracy is only fueling his fire. Last night, he'd shaken me awake. When I turned over to see what he wanted, Tyler was sitting upright in bed, and the baby monitor pressed up against his ear, telling me that he kept hearing whispers coming from Kinsley's room. I wasn't able to hear it, but Tyler swore that that's what he'd heard. While we were sitting in silence listening to the monitor, it makes a few glitchy buzz noises that Tyler thinks are ghosts messing with the transmitters. I suggested we change the batteries before jumping to conclusions. To make it worse, that's when we hear a sharp, loud, almost feedback noise, followed by Kinsley shrieking. Tyler was up and wheeling her crib into our room, and that's where she'll be sleeping until we figure this out. We literally just got her sleeping on her own. I'm afraid this will set her back in growth, but what else can we do? There's a lot going on, and I'm overwhelmed, but I keep telling myself, at least this isn't our home. Our home may be smaller, but it sure didn't feel like this. I don't expect someone to come here and solve all my problems, but if you have any advice on any of my list of quarrels, I'd sure appreciate it. Maybe this space is tainted somehow. If that's the case, what can we do to get it to leave our daughter alone? Hey everyone. I'm not sure if this counts as a let's not meet, but I have a good cautionary tale that will raise some hairs. I'm a 20-year-old female, but this happened 2 years ago when I was still in high school as a senior. I always knew the dark web existed. I just didn't have any particular interest in it until my friend used it at her cousin's house. Came back with a bunch of wild stories. Well, some of them were just a little too crazy, so I decided to check it out for myself. I had a little trouble downloading Tor, but it's almost scary how easy everything was after that. There's quite literally nothing off limits. If you can imagine it, someone's uploading videos of it. If a terrible accident is caught on film, it gets uploaded to YouTube, TikTok, Reddit, everywhere. But the clips are cut or blurred to avoid showing anything really gruesome. Not on the dark web. They don't have trigger warnings or content advisories. Whether or not you see someone's head being removed is based solely on you. The safety nets are gone. I don't want to say the actual website, partly because of what happened when I spoke to police, and partly to prevent anyone else from enduring what I went through. But imagine if YouTube didn't have any restrictions. People post whatever they want, and nobody can regulate their content. Let me tell you, there's some sick shit out there. At first, I clicked some pretty off-the-wall titles, assuming that they had to be clickbait, like burn down my ex-boss's house, fuck you, Debbie. But no, they're real. That one showed a man literally breaking into a home and burning it down. He piled obstacles in the hallway so that it would be harder for the woman to escape. Then, he poured gasoline all around the front door, leading back through the house and out the rear door. The whole time, there's a voiceover describing how the woman had fired him on his birthday, so he waited for her birthday to fire her, and about how the company will never be able to replace him. You know, the typical narcissistic rant. So, if it wasn't clickbait, it had to be staged, right? Nope. I Googled the woman's name, and I read all about how the ex-employee had burned her house down. Thank God she survived. And the man, he was caught the next day. No way I could stand watching any of the assault videos, but they were by far the most common. It was so bad that I tried reporting it to the police, but they already knew about the site, which is painfully obvious now. If an 18-year-old found it in 5 minutes, no shit the actual authorities knew about it. I was just so shocked. That experience satisfied all of my curiosity about the dark web and more. I was perfectly happy to delete Tor and never think about it again. But later that night, a Skype message appeared while I was doing my homework. "Why did you call the police?" My heart stopped. I'd been way too embarrassed to tell anyone about the call. I blocked the account. But another one popped up immediately after, and it said my mom's phone number followed by, should I talk to her instead? I asked who they were, what they wanted, to which they said, to make my customers happy. After a short pause, they added, "How can I do that if you're trying to involve the police?" Even now, I'm not sure which site or video belonged to that guy. I tried to tell him that I already deleted the browser, but he didn't believe me. He knew I deleted the desktop icon and not the program. Yes, I'm an idiot who didn't understand the difference, but that's not the point. The point is he knew. It turns out the guy knew a lot more because he had access to my computer. Once I realized the webcam was on, I panicked and held down the power button until it shut off. Afterwards, I talked to Hannah's cousin and learned that the website I used to view the videos was less like YouTube and more like LimeWire. I wasn't streaming. I was downloading those videos, along with God knows what else, and it let someone into my computer. Now, while that does suck really bad, there was a bright side. All I had to do was keep the computer off until I could afford to have it fixed, right? A few days later, the asshole texted me a picture of myself getting dressed right after a shower. It was taken with my webcam and captioned, "Miss you." I cried for a long time over that one. I still can't stand to think about all the places those videos must exist. How many screen grabs have been created from the footage? I've tortured myself trying to remember what all I may have done in front of that camera, but there's no point in obsessing over what can't be changed. I blocked the number and all of those ones that came after it. Each one was a bit more threatening than the last. Finally, He insinuated that he would send the pictures to my boss if I didn't answer, so I replied. The exchange was almost the same as the first one, only now he wanted access to my phone to keep an eye on me. I said he could send my pictures to the Pope, but he wasn't getting into my phone. Over the next couple of days, I received strange friend requests on all my social media accounts and double the amount of phishing scams. But I didn't click on shit. Everyone said it was probably some horny virgin in his mother's basement, that he would get bored and move on to some other poor girl if I just ignored him. So I kept blocking every number until there was no more texts. The very next day, an old car followed me from school all the way to my apartment complex. I should have driven away sooner, but I made a loop and drove back onto the highway. Instead of following me out, the car parked right in front of my building. Unsure what to do, I drove down to a gas station and back again to find that it was gone. Convinced I was being paranoid, I parked and went inside. What were the odds I ran into someone who lived close enough to physically screw with me? It's not like I live in a major city. That night, I got dressed for bed around 11, and the second I turned off the light, I got another text message. This time, it was a picture of me walking inside earlier. That changed everything. This guy wasn't someone on the other side of the world. I wasn't imagining being followed. This was an actual true crime podcast in the making, and I did not want to play. I went to the police again, and they made an official report with the list of numbers I'd blocked, screenshots of the messages I still had. But there's nothing that they could do yet. Basically, something terrible had to happen before they could really get involved. But that brings me to the final encounter. I was on my way home from work. It was only 8 o'clock, so not exactly late. There's a long stretch of road that's pretty secluded, and people usually like to speed. It's a completely straight 2-lane, so it's really easy to pass if someone's going slow. But I was doing 60 when a pair of headlights came zooming up behind me. I actually braced myself because I thought they were going to rear-end me, but they slammed on their brakes at the last second. Once there was a little space between our cars, they sped up and slammed on the brakes again. I knew it had to be that guy. I wanted to call 911, but I was afraid to look away from the road for even a second. My vision was blurred with tears, but I couldn't pry either of my hands from the wheel. Halfway down the road, the car got behind me and accelerated once more. Only this time, it didn't stop. It smashed into my bumper and almost sent me into the guardrail. It was more luck than anything that I regained control before a collision. I was screaming bloody murder as the car slowed down. I knew that he was getting ready to hit me again, but I didn't know how to avoid the impact. When it came, it was even harder than the first one, and my car was sent spinning. When the world was still again, my vision was filled with blue flashing lights, and the guy's taillights were just visible as they rounded the corner at the end of the road. An officer came to my window while his partner spoke into her radio, but they didn't find the guy. I haven't heard from him since that night, but if those cops hadn't been trying to catch speeders, I don't think that I would have survived that encounter. Don't forget, all of that happened because I decided to fuck around on the dark web. Once. It's like the meth of the internet world. I was 11 years old, angry to be staying with my dad and his new girlfriend instead of my mom. I'd already been there for almost 2 days and still had 3 more to go. I don't think my dad or his girlfriend did anything particularly wrong. The house was just boring, and I wasn't interested in socializing with them. They were all lovey-dovey to the max. I just felt like I was in the way. I spent most of the time sitting in my room, staring at the wall, since I didn't have a TV in there, and I didn't want to bother sitting with them, watching MASH or something else I couldn't stand. One evening, while sitting in my room, I see someone walk by my window. They look to be about my age. A girl. Holy crap, I could have a friend. Immediately, I dove towards the window, and I opened it wide enough before sticking my head out. I wanted to see if the girl was still there. She should have been, but she wasn't. I walked into the living room and I asked my dad, "Who's the girl that's walking around outside?" They both looked at me confused, and my dad asked, "What girl?" I explained what I saw. My dad sort of scoffed. Of course he didn't believe me. That's what I was thinking. But instead he sat there, almost deep in thought, as his girlfriend said that if there was a girl out there, we better check it out, because the brush was rough right there. She said it would just lead her to a bunch of blackberry bushes and stuff that she shouldn't be messing with. My dad hopped up to put his shoes on, and for the first time, I was kind of excited to do whatever he was doing, so I followed him outside. I pointed out where I'd seen her start from and the direction she walked. Sure enough, as we walked the path, it was essentially a dead end. You could only get to the backyard by using the path on the other side of the house. My dad sort of threw his hands up, and I was like, "I don't know, Dad. Maybe she walked back this way, and I didn't see it because I was talking to you." He stood there a minute, and he asked me, "What did this girl look like? About your age?" I told him, "Yeah, about my age. Brownish hair, some sort of jean coat, shirt thing. I couldn't see anything below her shoulders. She was too short, or so was I." He didn't really react to what I said, but I could tell that for whatever reason, he was really thinking about it. Then he finally speaks up, telling me that's strange, referring to what I had seen. So I just repeated that she probably turned around and left. But he told me that's not why it was strange. It was strange because they know the neighbors. They aren't incredibly close by, and no one has kids. He tells me he's pretty sure he's seen the same little girl, right when he and his girlfriend first moved into the place. It's what sort of drew him to determine if the neighbors had any kids, especially any my age. I asked where he'd seen her, and he said it was right outside my window. She was walking in the same direction, and just like this time, he wasn't able to find anyone. That is weird, I remember thinking. Then I asked him, "So what is she, like a ghost or what?" He sort of laughed, but I saw him entertain the idea. He for sure didn't dismiss it. We walked back inside, and he and I never spoke about it again. But I wasn't so eager to go home anymore. For the rest of that week, I had a new mission: see this ghost girl again. I practically sat at the window. When I wasn't there, I was sitting outside doing nothing but guarding that same area outside my window. I even asked my dad if he had a camera. We didn't have camera phones back then. But he said that he didn't know, that he didn't think he had one. But I found a disposable one in one of the drawers in the garage. I figured it still had 6 photos left, so I would use those to capture a picture of the girl, and then I would just take the camera home with me. However, my efforts proved fruitless. 3 days came and went, and I never saw the girl again. I went back to that house maybe 2 or 3 other times. Still, never saw her. My dad never mentioned her again either. I've just been forever curious who she was. There I was, sitting in a strange house I'd never seen before, sitting awfully close to a guy whose name I was sure I didn't know, trying to figure out how to read the word Player 2 at the top of the Battleship game on this stranger's phone. Now let's rewind an hour and also provide some backstory. I live in Southern California, but had traveled to Connecticut with my boyfriend for his close friend's wedding. The last night that we were in town, we decided to drive to Massachusetts, a state I had never been, to visit another good friend of his. Everything was going well that evening. Good food, good people, good conversation, Sometime late in the night, after most people had left and gone to bed, I'd quickly jumped back into a big comfy chair, completely forgetting that said chair was sitting right beneath a wooden staircase banister, at perfect back of the noggin level. While animatedly jumping into my seat, I also apparently very animatedly slammed the back of my skull into said wooden overhang. My boyfriend freaked out, jumped up, grabbed my head while his friend sat across from me, with the most stunned look on his face, yelling, "Are you okay?" Now, it's important to note that I have an incurable disease that causes chronic severe pain, so my pain tolerance is pretty high. I thought they were being dramatic, and I brushed them off. After all, I wasn't really in any pain, and the only thing startling was the sound of my hard skull making contact with the hard wood. I assure the guys I'm fine, and we continue on in our conversation about virtual reality and the potential future for virtual reality, and I forget all about my little bump. Now, at this point, I've been traveling for a week. I'm exhausted, and it's late at night, so things often get fuzzy for me when that happens. During the course of our conversation, I remember having some really good arguments in regards to the possibilities of future AI reality. In the beginning of the conversation, I was really getting my point across to the guys. But at some time during the course of an hour, I began having trouble expressing my thoughts, and our friend even pointed out that he thought that I was confused about what I was explaining at one point. Okay, no big deal. It's super late and I should probably be getting to bed anyway. Our friend sees himself to bed, so now it's just my boyfriend and myself hanging out. Let's go to bed. I'm really, really tired and out of it, I say to my boyfriend. How about we play a game of Battleship on my phone first, he says while looking at me slightly leery. I was really exhausted and knew that we had a plane to catch the next day, but Battleship was a special thing between us and I couldn't really say no to one game, could I? So we're playing Battleship and I'm winning. What? I never win this game. The screen switches seamlessly at the top from player 1 to player 2. I begin having trouble remembering which player I was. Oh right, I'm player 2, I thought to myself. Man, I'm really tired and out of it. As the game goes on, I realize I'm having trouble really reading the word player 2, but again, I brush it off. Then, I won the game. Oh my God, I won! I won! I never win! I scream in excitement at the guy sitting next to me. Wait, the guy sitting next to me. Who is this guy sitting next to me? He looks familiar, but I just can't remember his name or place where I know him from. Wait, this house doesn't seem familiar either. Okay, that's okay. We must be on a first date at his house. Just play it cool, and if you don't remember his name in a minute, just politely ask him to tell you again. It's just not coming to me. I turn, smile sweetly, and say, I'm very sorry, but I can't really remember your name. You know when people say the color drained from someone's face? Well, the color drained from his face, and a look of shock and confusion replaced it. This is a joke, right? You're kidding me right now, he desperately asked. You know my name. I'm your boyfriend, Glenn. So there I sit, fairly calmly and quietly, while trying to remember his name was Glenn, and he was my boyfriend. While assuring him I was fine and just out of it and joking. I was just out of it and joking, right? Right? Just then he gets a call and leaves the room for a minute. I hear him on the phone, and I'm sitting on the couch and just trying desperately to remember whose house I'm in. What was that guy's name again? I already forgot. Did he drug me? This must be a first date and he drugged me. Okay, play it cool and you'll find a way to get out of here and you'll be safe, I think to myself, starting to panic a bit. Just then, he walks back into the room. I look at him and realize he's a total stranger. He looks back at me with a worried look, still on the phone, and rushes over to the couch to sit next to me. I'm so sorry. I really can't remember your name. I say again. The fear returns to his face. Well, what's your name? He asked me. My name? What is my name? Aaron. You're Aaron. Aaron Ramona, he says, more than a little upset. Where are we right now? He continues. Okay, yes, I have definitely been drugged. Who is this guy I'm with? What house am I in? How did I get here? He's holding my hand when I look up and feel that ever-familiar burn of tears filling my eyes while I gulp in a panicked breath and finally admit out loud. Again, I'm so sorry, but I think something is really, really wrong. Okay, full-blown panic mode. I said it calmly, but my shaking hand in his has definitely betrayed my calm exterior. Babe, you hit your head, and I think we need to take you right to the hospital. Now, remember how before this, when I hit my head, we were in the midst of a very deep conversation on virtual reality? Oh my God, I knew what was wrong. I was in a virtual reality simulation, and I've completely gone off my rocker. I'm having a psychotic break, and that's why I don't remember who I am. Okay, it's okay. You can cry and shake a little, but don't tell this strange guy you're with that you're having a mental breakdown. That's not a good idea. Just play it cool and play it off and do some breathing exercises because you're really losing your mind. The brain does funny things when it's injured and swollen tight, pressing hard against your skull. After asking Glenn the same round of questions 5 times in a row where I could only tell you my name because he had told me, and he didn't tell me my middle name, so who knew what that was? He decided to wake up his friends, who I also did not recognize, who also answered my same round of questioning and some way, somehow, convinced me to go to the hospital with only slight resistance. Again, I was convinced I was having a nervous breakdown, and I didn't want to embarrass myself at the hospital for a silly little anxiety attack. But okay, fine, I'll go. So they help me get dressed, put on my shoes, and into the car we go. Oh shit, I'm being kidnapped. Stay calm. We arrive at the hospital. I still don't know who I am or where I am, or really even who this guy is. He seemed trustworthy, and I thought I knew him, but I still couldn't place him. Oh no, he's crying. He's hurt. I'm crying. What's happening? Forgetting the entire situation all over again, I drew the conclusion that something was wrong with him and that we were at the hospital to get help for him. Why was no one helping him? Silly me. Ouch. Oh my God. My head is throbbing. I think as I'm sitting in the waiting room, watching this strange guy fill paperwork out, still trying to wrap my head around, well, everything. And here's this guy, who I'm sure I know, but I can't really figure it out. Red-eyed, filled with fear, tears streaming down his face, just holding my hand and telling me it's going to be all right. Okay, so maybe he didn't drug me. Maybe I am safe. Please keep holding my hand and don't let go. I cry to him. I don't know you or know what's happening, but your hand is the only thing that makes me feel safe right now. I'm not leaving your side, Aaron. I'm not leaving your side ever. I'll take care of you. He says so compassionately and sincerely, with the tears streaming and the worry still written all over his face. A few brain scans and several very confused hours later, in a very terrible, incompetent hospital with what may have been some small repeated seizures, a constant cycle of fear and questions of who are you, where am I, and I think something is really, really wrong, and many, many hours, I was starting to somewhat consistently remember that my name was Aaron. I was 34. I was on vacation in Massachusetts when I hit my head, sustaining a severe concussion and subsequently losing all my memory. Both my mother and my boyfriend have lived through very, very severe, life-threatening brain bleeds. My boyfriend's requiring a craniotomy, so when I hit my head and slowly lost all memory, My boyfriend feared the worst and was worried that I had a brain bleed and could be having a stroke. I can't even imagine the fear and pain that he was experiencing, watching the girl he loved forget everything she knew. I learned a few things that day and the days following as I started to regain my memory. 1. Brain injuries are hard, really hard. Losing all memory of your entire life is even harder. And the headaches? Oh Lord, the headaches. The dizziness, the blurred vision in my right eye from all the pressure, the weakness in my knees that wouldn't let me stand, and the nausea. Holy moly, recovering from a brain injury is hard. Remembering your life all over again is kind of cool, though. Wait, I drive my dream truck? Are these super cool tie-dye vans mine? I have long hair. Oh my God, I have beautiful long hair. Seeing yourself in a mirror after you lose your memory is a very, very weird experience. Flying on a plane 3 days post-severe concussion is a very painful, hard, dizzying experience, made even worse by the fact that I couldn't sleep on the plane, wasn't allowed to read books or play on my phone. Basically, I just had to sit and wait it out, feeling like I was going to barf the entire contents of my stomach on the plane, and also faint simultaneously. Sustaining a brain injury while 3,000 miles away from home with a guy that you've only dated for a few months, who doesn't leave your side for a second, takes care of you for days on end, bringing you endless glasses of icy, icy water, my favorite, holding your hand pretty much every second of the day to keep you somewhat grounded in reality, rubbing your back while you're crying and your body shakes uncontrollably. That, my friends, is love. And that man is what you'd call a keeper. Nothing like a serious medical scare to solidify a newish relationship. Several months and unfortunately several hospital visits later, I'm still in love with this guy more than ever, and I know that I'm so very lucky to have him in my life. I know this isn't a traditional scary story, but this was the scariest thing that's ever happened to me. In 2017, my sister, Candace, was murdered during one of her husband's drunken rages. Let's call him Earl. For years, we begged her to leave him, but he was always sorry, and he always convinced her to stay. Then the inevitable happened. It happened on a Thursday night. Oh, he didn't mean to kill her. We knew that he would never do it on purpose. After all, who would cook his dinners, wash his clothes, if not Candace? But then he finally hit her one too many times, and my sister was the one who paid the price. We pay for it too. I'll always feel like we should have done more, but she's the one who will never get to see London or write a book. That's all she really wanted from life. She called me the night it happened. Earl was mad because she cooked a casserole instead of a roast. The dumbest thing. But the fight was supposed to be over by then. When we spoke, he was nodding off in his recliner, and he didn't usually get up again after that. We talked for about 20 minutes before Candace said that she was going to bed, and everything seemed fine when we said goodbye. At 1:42 a.m., I woke up to my mom calling. I thought my dad must have had a heart attack, but no, my sister was dead. A neighbor heard their fight and called the police, but they arrived too late. Earl had fractured her skull, causing her brain to bleed, and she passed away en route to the hospital. I did not handle it well. We were only 2 years apart, so we grew up as best friends. We told each other everything, did everything together, and then she was just gone. It's not much consolation given the price, but for what it's worth, Earl got life in prison. I spiraled into a deep depression. If not for my partner, I don't think I would have survived the first week. The funeral was particularly difficult. I couldn't stop crying, and I didn't want to live anymore. I couldn't eat or sleep. That night, I laid in bed trying to sob quietly so as to not to wake my partner. And I thought, this sounds crazy, but I tried to summon my sister. As kids, we would say that we were as close as twins and try to summon each other with our minds. We actually convinced ourselves that it worked a few times, but we hadn't done it since we were little. I don't really know how to describe exactly what I did. I've never been so desperate for something in my life. I reached out with my very soul, and I begged the universe to let me know Candace was okay, that somewhere, somehow, in some form, she still existed. And it was that exact moment that a glowing white orb came through the wall and hovered above the foot of my bed. I thought I must have been dreaming and woke my partner, but once they saw it too, I started bawling in earnest. It was really her. She only stayed with us for a minute before floating back through the wall, and we never saw her again. But that's what allowed me to finally begin some semblance of healing. I was worried that a shared dream theory would bother me later, so I used my fingernail to scratch a small C into the nightstand before going to sleep. Now, every time I feel overwhelmed with grief, I look at it and feel comforted, knowing I'll see her again one day. There's nothing worse than losing someone you love. Life is so short. Please don't take each other for granted. You truly never know when you might be sharing your final conversation. I lived in an apartment in this old house in New Orleans. I lived with my boyfriend at the time, and we got this insane deal on a beautiful apartment. It was $600 to rent a massive, stunning apartment with hardwood floors and huge ceilings. My boyfriend worked in the oil field and would go offshore often, leaving me alone. 99% of the things happened when I was alone. One day I got out of the shower and the mirror was fogged up. I leaned over while I was brushing my teeth, and when I looked up, the mirror had been wiped in a circle where my face was. That happened a few times. It had wiped away where my face was when I looked up from brushing my teeth. Only a handful of times for the few months that I lived there, but when it did happen, it happened the same way every time. While I was sleeping, I often heard things crashing, and also often heard footsteps in the attic. When my boyfriend was there, he heard the footsteps too. He went into the attic to check it out, and no one was up there. I came home from getting groceries, put them on the gas stove, got a feeling of being watched, and looked up. After 2 or 3 seconds of me coming in and putting the groceries down, I looked up and all the cabinets were suddenly open 90 degrees. I closed the doors and tried to recreate it happening, which I couldn't. I brushed it off, went back to put the groceries away, got another creepy feeling, looked up and all of the cabinet doors were open again at a perfect 90-degree angle. While my back was turned, looking at the cabinets, all of the burners turned on full blast. When he was home, every night we heard footsteps of someone walking slowly in high heels up and down the hallway, sometimes for hours. The apartment next to us was a mirror image of ours, and the walls were thin. My boyfriend thought that the guy next to us had a lady over, and I said, "No woman wears high heels on hardwood floors, walking back and forth all night. They would have taken them off." Well, it turns out our neighbor worked as a nurse during the night shift and wasn't home anyway. I was going to sleep one day, but I was scared, so I left the hallway light on. I heard footsteps and was too scared to sleep. I looked up and saw an evil being. A man, but he looked half something else. Something was wrong. I saw him walk into the doorway of the room, stop, and turn towards me. I'd never been so scared. I was paralyzed in fear. He came into the room, stood at the left side of the bed, and sat down. I felt like I was being electrocuted the entire time he was looking at me. It felt like an eternity. I think I passed out from fear. I woke up in the morning and panicked. I felt like it happened, but kept trying to convince myself that it was just a nightmare. One night, my boyfriend and I were watching TV in the dark. We heard the sound of the wood floor creaking, and we both looked over to see an evil-looking, older, ugly woman glaring at us. We both looked at each other. I knew by looking at him, he saw it too. That was the day that I went from thinking I was paranoid to living in full fear. And for me, here's the most terrifying part. Our dishwasher broke and these handymen came to install the new one. One guy says to the other, "Hurry up, I hate being in this apartment." I asked him to explain why, and he said he'll only talk to me outside. He said that a serial killer lived in that apartment and had killed women who were all the same age who looked similar in the French Quarter. He was a cross-dresser and walked up and down the hallway in heels. The FBI found a headless body and searched the entire property for the head and never found it. They looked in the attic and found traces of him living up there at some point. If you're curious, 2835 General Pershing, New Orleans, Louisiana. It's the upper right side apartment. I tried to look up the news story online and haven't had any luck. Maybe someone here is a better sleuth. I should say firstly that I've never harmed any living creature for pleasure. I do have blood on my hands, mostly from my service in the military when I was a younger man. PTSD never goes away. It's an uncontrollable, unconscious reaction from a lifetime of memories lived by another man, a young and naive man, the husk I grew to emerge from. When I discarded my old shell, talks of it could reanimate the corpse to dance in vivid memories so real you'd swear you were there again. Memories I have no interest in revisiting, but I believe prefacing this is necessary in order for the next part to fully make sense. After discharge, I was still active in the Ready Reserve for a few more years. My first wife, Jackie, and I fell in love with the suburbs of D.C. Jackie was a nurse at the Veterans Hospital. I would struggle to hold down stable employment through the first year as a civilian. My mind was damaged, and I was barely functioning. The worst episode occurred when I was working at a Safeway. I was on a knee opening boxes of milk to start stocking in a big refrigeration unit. The cooling fans in there are loud. A coworker walks up behind me to put something in the refrigerator. I don't notice her, but she accidentally knocks over a jar and it explodes. The noise startled me so much that it had triggered a flashback, and I black out. Blacking out is something unreal. At first, my eyes were fixed on brown cardboard. Through the holes, the rows of gold-capped glass jars, each filled with white milk, that would clink and slosh around as I pulled them out. Then, in the blink of an eye, I realize I'm standing. My coworker's back is pressed against my chest. My left arm was holding her like a bear hug, while in my right hand was a box cutter. The door to the refrigeration unit is opened, and in the doorway, shoppers are staring in. In front of them, my boss has his hands up and is walking towards me. My ears fully dial back into frequency, and everything hit me all at once. I instantly released the woman and dropped the box cutter. I was lucky not to have gone to prison that day. They decided not to call the police. My boss served in World War II. He understood the horrors of war, but he could also see that I wasn't fit for normal life yet. As I scrambled to find other work, the offer that we'd previously put down on a house had finally been accepted. Thankfully, Jackie was smart enough with money. She'd stashed away the money in a coffee tin under her vanity for months. We had just enough to move in, but in order for us to continue our residency, I needed to find a job fast. The first couple of months after moving in were the most stressful and put the most strain on me and Jackie's marriage. We did everything in our power to make the house feel like a home, but it just never did. Even with the heat up and the lights on, the cold, dark energy was inescapable. I was drained every morning because I'd be plagued by night terrors almost every night. The dreams I had were also no longer amidst the backdrop of North Vietnam. Instead, the setting began to resemble home. visions of my neighborhood after a catastrophic disaster. The sky above is colored orange from a glow of distant fires, and violence fills the street as neighbors turn on one another for resources. Internalizing my trauma was the worst thing that I could have done for myself and my relationship, but we were both increasingly stressed, both at our breaking points. I kept it from Jackie, in fear of becoming more of a burden in her eyes, further scrutinizing my sanity and ability to provide a stable household. Soon enough, the night terrors would reach a level I've never experienced. I began to question if I was awake or asleep when they decided to haunt me. In our bedroom, we had a walk-in closet with sliding doors. I was reading a book late one night when I heard the wooden doors of the closet quietly rattle. I looked up to see them both gently slide open. I got chills like never before, and the hair stood up on the back of my neck, then my whole body. I'm staring into the closet. The shade of darkness grows deeper the further back my eyes try to focus. Then, from the floor up, the blackest of colors inside the closet begins to morph and take shape, eating every ounce of reflecting light. It resembled a slow-rising plume of smoke, or vines, as it started to grow into a human shape. The figure was female, and the smoke she grew from continued to fall through the ground like an endless dress. I did the only thing that I thought I could do, the only thing that I used to do when I'd see images of war, and that was to close my eyes tight, try to fall asleep before they became too real. I'd come to find out that that was only the entity introducing herself to me. She would be a fixture in my peripherals during the day and night. I would see her take form in the corners of the room, but I would never interact or look over. She looked like what I used to see during active duty. The ghosts of men you killed in battle that day follow you on your march back to the barracks. With the moon at our backs, our shadows in front of us would be joined by other shadows. Sometimes you could outrun them. Sometimes they'd run with you. Observations everyone in the platoon experienced, but didn't always share out loud. The first winter Jackie and I spent in our house was bitterly cold. A new pipe would burst seemingly once a week, and I'd have to crawl under the house to fix it. I hated getting down there in the crawl space. That's when I'd be tormented by this female entity. I could feel her crawling around with me, faster than I could move. My flashlight would catch her as I swiveled for tools. I'd suppress my fear just enough to keep my hands from shaking as I finished the job. Then, that same winter, we received a call from Jackie's sister. She'd sustained a pretty extensive injury slipping on ice. Jackie would need to stay with her through the new year to help out. Jackie had to catch 2 buses to get to work every day. She and I would talk on the phone every night, and I would visit her on lunch breaks, but it wasn't the same. We missed each other more than we knew. Ironically, I think this time apart made us appreciate each other more. I filled my time with odd jobs around town, doing my best to stay out of the house as long as I could, before having to return in the evening. I was alone, but I wasn't. It was impossible not to feel like I was constantly being stalked within the confines of my home. Out the window, I watched my neighbors hang up Christmas lights without a care in the world. The gutters and doors of my house remained bare. No wreath, no tree, no decorations. There was no point in wasting the effort if I was going to be the only one pretending to enjoy it. With Jackie coming home for the new year, I decided to stop feeling sorry for myself and spruce the place up a little bit. I picked up some candles that were festively scented, some new blankets for the couch, all of our favorite foods. It was important to ring in the new year correctly, I thought. However, once Jackie got home, she told me that being with her sister had been stressful, yes, but she also felt relief. Relief from her night terrors, relief from the shadows. At first, she thought that I was offended because I hadn't said a word, but I wasn't offended. I completely understood. I told her as much, finally, and then we officially started swapping stories. I learned her dreams were slightly different from mine. She described chaos similar to mine, but also personal nightmares like losing a limb, watching me die horrific deaths over and over. The most unsettling, yet reaffirming of all, she also described the same figure, and she confirmed she'd seen the figure while she was awake. She was folding clothes in the living room, watching TV, but she had that intense feeling like she was being watched. Glancing towards the hallway, she focused on the darkness, feeling that it was darker than it should be. Then she saw it. The black plume formed the shape of a woman, cloaked in continuous darkness. Jackie said she froze and just closed her eyes tightly, praying that it would go away. When she opened her eyes, it was gone. Being at her sister's, she said, it felt as though a giant weight had been lifted. She believed the weight to be our house. We both couldn't believe that we'd kept it from one another, but I guess I understand it from both sides. At first, I thought we felt better, having it all out in the open. We were motivated to try and figure out what to do about this feeling, what to do about the house. And I wish that we'd made it that far, but for several reasons. Some I can explain, others I can't. Everything really did start to fall apart. Our careers, the house, our relationship itself. We had no time to do much of anything except for work and try to get some sleep in between doing so. Night terrors continued. Shadows intensified, manifesting in more places than just the closets, the hallways, the corners. It was everywhere. This figure haunted us until we surrendered. Jackie and I ended up filing for divorce after we sold the house. There was no bitterness there, but we were both exhausted. We didn't stay close, but we ran into each other maybe 6 years after the divorce at a mutual friend's funeral. I wasn't going to bring it up, but Jackie did, asking me if I ever saw that figure again. Honestly, I hadn't thought about it. In fact, I was sure that I hadn't thought about it since the moment we sold that house. And she said the same thing. Until Jackie, I always assumed all of my nightmares were my own. Any horror I experienced, I assumed, was superficial or the result of recalling a more horrific time. Though I don't know exactly what we experienced, I at least know that I wasn't alone in that one. Hi, I'm new here, and I don't normally enjoy spooky stuff, but my little sister is kind of obsessed, and she swore that this would be a safe place to share my story. I'm not even sure if it's a good one, but I'm getting pretty freaked out, and I feel like a nutbag when I try to tell my friends about it. I live in a small town where every other building has been named a historical landmark, so all the homes and businesses are extremely old. Many of the bigger houses downtown have been separated into individual apartments, including where I live. It would normally be too expensive for my pay grade, but the landlord offered me a deal that I couldn't refuse for taking the basement quarters. I figured that there was some gruesome murder story behind her generosity, but she said the reduction was to compensate for the lack of cell service. Apparently, all of the concrete does a bang-up job of blocking our reception, unless you leave your phone sitting on the window, which, don't forget, is a tiny rectangle under the ceiling because we're in a basement. But at the end of the day, I was desperate to get my own place, so I took it. I should also add that you can't gain access to any part of the building without knowing the gate code. So it's not like random people can just wander inside. Once you enter, the ground floor and upstairs apartments are in one direction, and the stairs for my place are tucked off to the left. There's nothing down there except for my apartment and an old storage closet, meaning there's no reason for anyone to be on those steps, except for myself and the maintenance man. Just a quick note about that guy. He's an elderly widow who doesn't even live in the building. He takes several days to come around here when there's a problem, and I've never seen him move faster than a snail. I'm not saying that he's not capable of it. I'm just saying it's extremely unlikely that he's responsible for my problems, considering it would be very difficult for him to come and go without being noticed. Each time he appears, every tenant swarms him. When you descend the basement stairs, there's a long hallway with the closet at the end, and my door is on the right about midway down. Every step you take, no matter how soft, echoes, so it's very hard to be stealthy, even if you want to be. Towards the end of my first week there, I was working on my laptop when I heard someone run down the stairs and through the hall. Thinking it must be a kid, I stuck my head out the door to chase them off. Only no one was there. It's a straight hallway. From my door, I have a clear view of each end, and nobody was there. They couldn't have left before I looked either. I'm positive the footsteps were on the closet end of the hall when I got the door open. Ultimately, I decided that it must have been someone upstairs, and I went back to work. After my first month in the apartment and having a few friends over, I became very accustomed to the difference in what it sounds like when someone is descending my steps or the ones above me. The difference in volume alone is unmistakable, but my stairs are also the only ones that make a loud echo. The second incident happened the night before Halloween. This time I heard someone scream before pounding their way down my steps and through the hall. I got to the door just as the steps were passing my apartment, but the second it opened, they vanished mid-stride. I even considered the possibility that they were hiding in the closet, but there were only cleaning supplies inside. Over the next couple of weeks, I put a great deal of effort into befriending one of the tenants. As it turns out, there are no kids living in my building. The lady in the attic apartment sometimes has her grandkids over, but they weren't visiting on either occasion I heard footsteps. It happened for a third time a few days ago. This was the worst one yet, and what prompted me to finally seek advice. There was no scream, but the footsteps sounded louder than ever, and instead of running past my door, they stopped right in front of it. My heart stopped dead in my chest when the banging began. I somehow found the courage to look through the peephole and saw a frightened young woman staring in the direction of the stairs as she continued her desperate knocking. I instantly forgot all about the possibility of ghosts or whatever spooky story I'd created in my mind. That girl was there, outside my door, terrified, but very real, until I actually yanked the door open and no one was there. Again, there wasn't so much as a trace of the echo left from her insistent knocks. Also, there's no history of mental illness on either side of my family. That's probably a good thing to mention. I just don't understand. Is it possible for just the hallway to be haunted? Because nothing has ever happened inside my apartment, and the other tenants have sworn that they've never experienced anything strange in the building. I don't know. I'm at a loss. Part of me knows that I should try to learn if someone fitting her description has died here, but I really don't want to know the answer. Someone please just tell me what to do. I'm smoking a cigarette ankle deep in disgusting floodwater down on Atlantic Avenue. I got my big-ass rain boots on, and it's mad raining. People are getting rescued from cars and shit out here. I was standing under the cover of the building, looking out into this monsoon. There was no traffic on the road for obvious reasons, but out of nowhere, a large ripple started to form in the water, like something big was moving through it. Then the swell turned and started coming my way. The waves grew closer, and I stood there wondering what the hell was zipping around like this. Then, all I saw was a huge crocodile parting the wake. The son of a bitch was coming right for me. I should have kicked it in its lizard teeth for the way that it made me put my smoke out and run back inside. It was prehistoric how large this animal was. Snap a grown man up in one bite kind of shit. Never seen anything like it in my life. From the window, I watched it turn away and push itself back into the street river. Has anyone else ever seen this monster croc floating down Atlantic Avenue in Brooklyn? Jesus Christ, I'm literally shaking in my boots. Be safe out there, New York. I used to be quite the kleptomaniac when I was in middle school, but one event made me rethink my life of petty crime. At the peak of my breaking and entering phase, I got my hands on a skeleton key lockpick set. A janitor had left it lying around, and I decided to help myself to the unattended shiny object. Within that same month, I checked out a lockpicking book at our local library, then successfully broke into the library after hours using the newfound knowledge I'd recently possessed. The alarms went off right as I opened the door, so I ended up having to hightail it out of there. One night I was riding my bike in town, and it was like some kind of energy had forced my fingers down on the brakes. My tire screeched to a stop in front of a big red door. I dropped my bike right there on the sidewalk and approached the door. A plastic closed sign was hanging on the glass part of the door, and just above it, on the building itself, was a larger neon sign, which was turned off, and it read Psychic. Inside the front area was dark, but I could see that there were lights on further back in the shop. I carefully looked at the keyhole and decided what picking technique would be needed. As soon as the block got quiet and I had a moment without prying eyes, I pulled out my lockpicking set. But as soon as I put the first pick into the hole, the door opened. I didn't know if I had just gotten lucky or if the door had already been unlocked. Regardless, I opened it just enough to slip my hand in and feel for a bell. There was none, so I opened the door up just a bit more and slid in, closing it behind me. I knew I had to be quick. This wasn't a perusing visit. There was a clear crystal ball sitting on a table in a cash box under the front desk. I took both and ran out back, not worrying about the existence of a bell this time, and nobody followed in pursuit. I got on my bike and pedaled harder than I needed to escape the crime scene. When I got home, I brought the crystal ball and cash box into my room. It was locked, but my skeleton key picked it open swiftly. To my disappointment, there were only a few ones and some change in the bottom. I was planning on selling the crystal ball at a pawn shop the next day. By this time of night, all the businesses were closed. But when I woke up the next day, the cash box and the crystal ball were gone. I looked everywhere. Originally, I thought my mom had grabbed it, but she hadn't returned home from work yet. It was baffling. Then, a few days later, I was riding my bike past the same psychic shop when I saw something that almost made me crash. Hanging in one of the shop windows was a black and white printout of my school photo. Obviously, I couldn't go in there. I mean, I'd broken in, and even if the door was unlocked, I'd stolen from the place, and they clearly knew it. I picked up my bike and decided I needed to get out of there ASAP, but part of me just had to know. Was the crystal ball inside? Where else would it be? I cased the building to see if there was a way that I could walk up to it unnoticed, just to peek inside one of those windows and see for myself. I found a decent way on the left side of the building. There was a wall of trees lining each side of the lawn, and they stopped where the building started. I could walk behind the trees and discreetly look inside the window. As I approached the side window, but before I was fully in front of it, I saw another black and white school photo of myself plastered to the window. It wasn't just one. They were lining the whole sleet of windows down the left side of the building. I was officially sweating, and the presence of the crystal ball was no longer important to me. I was sure that it was there, and I was sure I needed to leave. It was literally that moment that I decided to take a more honest path in life. I destroyed and tossed the skeleton key, silently vowing to never steal again. I couldn't avoid the shop forever. Taking a different street added a whole heck of a lot of unnecessary time to my route. But the next time I rode past, my photos were taken down. The shop isn't there anymore, and though I'm grateful for the experience in the long run, the entire thing, including the building, but mainly the experience, still creeps me out. I'll try to keep it to the point and not drift off too much, but I swear on everything this is a true story of my own experience. When I was 12 or 13, I was living with my aunt for a few years and my younger cousin. We lived in a little house on a dead-end road in a small town of about 500 people. We were technically considered a village. My aunt was an odd soul. Everyone has their own rhythm, and hers was a different rhythm for sure. She had a fascination with the odd and the strange, from a musical, dancing, miniature, jester figurine to old newspapers from the 20s. Then enter her collection of porcelain masks, of which she had more than 30, all different sizes and styles, and she had them all over her bedroom walls. The house we lived in was small but cozy, but this house had other paranormal events happen in it before and after the events of this story. So it was no big deal when small stuff would happen because we were odd like that. Some stuff being harmless was fine by us. None of what happened before or after was harmful. This is the only event I was ever actually stricken with pure fear. It was my 13th birthday, and for my birthday, I wanted us all to watch a horror movie together, because those were my favorite and still are to this day. We watched A Haunting in Connecticut as the chosen movie. It was my aunt and uncle, their 3 kids, my 2 friends, and myself there to watch it. After the movie, we all just kind of crashed, so I went to my aunt's room to sleep because it was the only other room with a TV, one of those old box TVs that would go full static every now and again. I get in there and put something on quietly and go to sleep, but I wake up a couple of hours later, and the room is pitch black, other than the light from the static on the TV, which, if you know, is not very much. It's basically a straight low beam that makes some stuff visible, but anything outside that vicinity gets harder and harder to see because of the light. But I can see all of her masks clearly. I went to get up to change the channel, and I noticed I couldn't move. It was like some sort of sleep paralysis. My eyes could move, but my body could not. So I just laid there, briefly trying to wait for my body to realize and wake up or move, when I heard a sound like someone tapping their nails on the closet door. Just a little 4 taps. I'm sure that we all do this when we're bored, but it caught my attention, and I fixed my eyes on the closet door waiting to hear it again. Within about a minute, I had glanced at the wall that the closet was on, at my aunt's masks, when I noticed one was missing, and I knew because it was the one that I'd gotten her for Mother's Day. I did a double take because I knew where it always was. I didn't pay too much attention to it until I looked back at the TV and could barely see the mask that was missing off the wall, now hardly out of light, but still slightly visible behind the TV. I knew it was the mask by the little pink flower pattern on the left cheek. At first, I thought my aunt had moved it, but no longer than I had had that thought, the mask started to raise very, very slowly. It rose to the ceiling, slowly made its way directly over my face in the bed, where it stayed for a couple of seconds, before slowly descending to what felt like right over my face. I tried to close my eyes, but it didn't help. I could feel it looking at me, and could practically see it doing it with my eyes closed. Then, out of nowhere, the pressure lifted, and I heard the mask break from falling. It fell directly about where it originally had hung, by the closet. I laid there practically in tears, not able to do anything about it. Then it sounded like someone shaking the bedroom door as hard as possible, trying to get in, but it wasn't locked. My aunt and uncle woke up to the sound of the door shaking, came to see what they thought I was doing, until they got in front of the door, and it swung open on its own. As soon as the door opened, it was like my body woke up. I sat up and screamed as loud as possible, and pushed to the corner in the bed, crying. That's when I told them what happened. They knew by the way I was acting that I wasn't kidding, and they would have probably doubted it a bit had it not been for the door opening on its own. But that's the end of this one. I have many more, but not like this. There is an old mining road past Granite Falls, Washington, one that people say is haunted. The mine itself, I'm sure, is too. Personally, I don't know how I feel about ghosts. I believe in them. I've seen them. And I've never been one to see something and live in denial about what I've seen, no matter how unreal it may be, especially to an outsider. You ever try to tell someone about your genuine experience and they unintentionally make you feel insane? Well, it happens. One time too many, so now I reserve my stories for people who at least have a desire to hear them. A skeptic is a lot more open-minded than a non-believer, that's for sure. Anyway, saying I don't know how I feel about them, what are they exactly? Like the man I've seen on this road. He's a disappearing act. Several people I know have reported seeing the same man or apparition of a man that I have, just past Silverton, right where Perry Creek sits. He's always walking in the same direction the cars are driving, always going east, meaning you never get to see his face. It's odd to see someone walking that way, but not really. The only reason to go out there would be to go into the woods, or if you have property out there. I don't, but my buddy does. It's not uncommon that we just paintball on his property or take the four-wheelers out. We do that a lot. But every once in a while, for the past 6 years, I've seen this guy walking. At first I thought, okay, a hiker or a tweaker. But no, he was dressed in some seriously old-looking clothes. He wore a floppy-style hat that I can't even place. Suspenders and boots, and brown, worn-to-shit pants. I had to know what this guy's face looked like. Was he 25 or 85, you know? I instantly crank my head out the window to catch a glimpse of this guy, but as I do, he's just gone. He was nowhere, but there was nowhere for him to go. I tell my buddy, and he says, just wait, but I'll see him again. I asked him, who is this guy? He said, he's exactly what you think he is, dude. He's a ghost, as in not real or not alive. He then tells me some stories about Lime Kiln Trail, that it's got an old abandoned mining town community still in it. Buildings still up and everything, just abandoned. People explore this place, and it's a literal ghost town, I guess. He said the whole woods are said to be haunted, the very woods that we ride around in all the time. I don't know. Maybe. But if so, I've never seen anything outside of this man on the road. But I'll give it to him. My buddy was right, and I've seen this dude a handful of times. He obviously had too, but it's more than that. It's like people all over know about this place, and I'm just learning about it. I don't fuck with caves or mines, so I won't be going there to find out if it's haunted or whatever. But I will say, the man on the road, he's a ghost. Each time was the same experience, almost. You'd pass him, and even if you didn't take your eyes off the man, he was gone the moment you actually passed him. One time I tried to drive slowly to see if I could holler at a ghost. Maybe they need a ride or something too, you know? He didn't react when I called out, but I slowly just kind of drove behind him. That's probably the time that I got the best look at his clothes. But regardless how long I drove like that behind him, he didn't react or behave any differently. Didn't respond to my calls, and eventually I just had to pass the guy. And of course when I did, he disappeared. I think the scariest time was the last time, which was at night. I had never really seen him during the night, maybe towards sunset, but I almost missed him entirely, which is what scared me so bad. The road is not one that you want to be walking down regardless, but at night, it's just idiotic. There's no streetlights, it's not heavily inhabited, and people like me drive fast down this road. I got to Perry Creek and wasn't thinking about the ghost at all until something jetted in front of my truck, so quick that by the time I hit the brakes, it felt like it happened minutes ago, not seconds. I started driving slowly, looking around for just about anything, and I saw the man. Caught him at the edge of my headlights. He was back on the normal side of the road, headed in the same direction he always was. I don't know what came over me, but I remember actually yelling out my window, "You need to be more careful." Yeah, I had a good laugh about that one too. Couple of things, though, I still can't quite figure out. Why do I only see this guy when I'm heading east, but not west? Like, why is it that no one has yet to see his face? It's almost as though he's on a loop, and I just can't wrap my head around what all that means. My parents purchased a home situated on 180 acres back in 2018. I was a freshman in college, but still living at home. Although the house itself isn't that old, built in the 1960s, it apparently came with some history. Not one that I know much about, unfortunately, but my family has had enough experiences there to understand there's a certain energy. My sister believes to this day that the house is haunted, and I'm actually inclined to believe her, but I don't necessarily know if it's malevolent. It's been a while since I've lived at home, but I remember the first events and anything I've been told pretty clearly. My family has all but adjusted to this home, and so we don't really discuss it being haunted or whatever anymore. That was the request of my mother, though I think it was on behalf of my sister. However, I'm going to share those first experiences here because I think that you'll agree that they track as unusual. My younger sister, Monica, was practicing the piano. She became increasingly frustrated with a challenging piece. According to her, during a brief break in her playing, she heard a voice whispering from behind. The voice said, "Keep going." It was quite literally encouraging her. She was startled, so she turned around, horrified, when she saw a frail, elderly woman, dressed in all black, comfortably seated in a lounge chair. She, of course, didn't recognize the woman, and as such, Monica let out a piercing scream while hurriedly calling for my parents. By the time they came to check it out, the apparent woman had vanished. Barely a week later, Monica was taking a shower in our parents' bathroom when she happened to catch a glimpse of herself in the mirror. She saw the unmistakable outline of a woman dressed in black, just as before. Her face was concealed by the fog. Even still, Monica sprinted out of the bathroom, completely nude, and encountered our parents' startled guests. This fact alone further convinced me that she was not making up these encounters. I almost felt bad for doubting her. Either way, I felt bad for her. Hell, I even went as far as making fun of her when it came to the piano incident. But not after this one. Then fast forward to our Thanksgiving celebration. While we're enjoying our first Thanksgiving meal in this home, the inexplicable unfolded. The china cabinets, which sat directly behind my sister, every item in them and in our dining room, began to violently tremble. I looked around at everyone's faces, and we shared the same expression of horror. Except Monica. She was in tears, now hiding under the dining room table. Everyone else stayed put, not saying a word. Almost as soon as it had all started, it stopped. My parents claimed it was likely an earthquake, though I never believed that story. You can Google those kinds of things, and there were certainly no earthquakes near Bozeman, Thanksgiving 2018. The final blow I really remember occurred sometime after Christmas 2018, signifying a point that finally convinced those who doubted, aka my father. He possesses to this day a beloved leather chair in which he habitually sits day after day. It's positioned near a window, and my mother typically opens it to let in some fresh air. She'd done so on this night just before an inevitable small snowstorm. Concerned about his prized chair getting wet, my father explicitly asked my mother not to open the window while the chair was nearby, as it would ultimately ruin his chair. The following morning, my father rose early for work and noticed that the den had been rearranged, resulting in his chair being relocated all the way across the room, instead of in its usual spot by the window. Assuming it was the hard work of my sister and I from the previous night, my father went to work without dwelling further. When my mother awoke, she too discovered the rearranged room and assumed my father was responsible. Us kids assumed the same. We thought that he had intentionally changed the layout. Not common of him, but who else could be responsible? It wasn't until dinner time that evening that we collectively realized the true extent of the rearrangement. The meticulous placement of the magazines, the controller, even the rug. It was nothing like our usual setup. It was all seemingly orchestrated by an unseen force, though, according to Monica, it was probably the same woman that she had seen who was responsible. We determined that the rearranging of furniture would have taken place between 10 p.m. and 5 a.m., though, astonishingly, no sounds were heard, despite the fact that mine and my sister's room were directly beneath the den. Previously, my parents would dismiss such occurrences, but after that time, their attitude changed significantly, until they went back to ignoring it completely, which seems to have worked. I just recently moved out of a house that I'd lived in for about 6 years. My family and I had moved in when I was 13 with a family friend whose parents had passed away a few years prior. Not much really happened there, other than the usual seeing things out of the corner of your eyes and such, but nothing too memorable. The way the house was laid out, you were able to see down the hallway past the gallery kitchen near the back door, where a half bath was and the washer and dryer hookups. You could see all this from the living room. A few years after moving in, sometimes when I would glance up at the black TV in the living room, I would notice what appeared to be the figure of a young woman standing in the middle of the hallway further down. It was just the outline of a woman standing there still, and what looked to be long black hair falling down her shoulders. Most of her was black, so you couldn't make out facial details or anything. At first, I'd find myself staring at it, and then turning around to look down the hallway, only to find nothing. Every time I'd look back at the TV, it was still there. Countless times I'd search the area, trying to find a reasonable explanation as to what I was seeing. Maybe coats or clothes, or maybe just the way the shadow would be casted. But nothing. I would look back up, and she was still there. After some time, I became desensitized to it. She never moved, never made noise. She just stood there. So knowing that there was no danger that came from her, I simply ignored any time I saw her. My parents never mentioned seeing anything, so I thought once we'd all moved out that maybe my mind was just playing tricks on me back then. I started dating my now boyfriend a few months before we moved, so he'd come around the house plenty of times and even spent the night once before. Today, me and him were sharing some of our ghost stories from our childhood. I started to mention this story, but I didn't even get to the part of the TV yet when he cut me off. He started to get really freaked out, saying that one night he'd gotten up to go get his soda from the kitchen to bring back to my room. He further explained that once he went to grab the soda, he immediately felt like he was being watched. When he glanced up, he noticed something in the TV. I started shaking. I almost got emotional, knowing that I wasn't the only one to have seen it. He described everything about her that I could make out, but he said he was closer to her than I ever was, that he could only make out the figure from over his shoulder. He'd only seen her that one time, but it was baffling to me to realize that I wasn't the only one. I called my dad, asked if he'd ever seen it, and he said no. But he did say that he would sometimes see someone walking around the house occasionally, but never anyone back there. As of right now, we're the only two who have ever seen it, which makes this encounter even weirder to me. No explanation to this day. It really makes me wonder what it may have been. A few summers ago, I decided to take a leap of faith, quite literally. Skydiving had always been on my bucket list, and on my 32nd birthday, I decided it was time to take the plunge alone. I'd spent almost 2 months leading up to the big jump practicing and getting prepared to fly solo, essentially. By the time I was committed to a solo jump, I'd successfully taken the plunge attached to an instructor twice before. As I suited up and boarded the plane, I remember having a strong mix of excitement and anxiety. My heart racing as a result of both. I realized the anticipation of going at it alone was so much more brutal. The adrenaline pumping through my veins, it was like nothing I'd experienced before. Second thoughts came flooding in, intrusive ones too, but there was no time for that. The moment had arrived. So, with a deep breath and a leap from the aircraft, immediately I felt totally weightless, soaring through the open sky. The initial rush was breathtaking. The world around me seemed to blur as I embraced the exhilarating freedom of being alone. And why is it that the moment you think this is perfect or Hakuna Matata, you're rudely reminded that's not the case? I thought everything was going perfectly until an unexpected gust of wind caught me off guard. No, off course entirely. The moment it happened, I struggled to locate my pull cord as it was ripped from my hands. I reached for the thing and pulled as hard as I could. I knew I couldn't technically pull it too early, but I could pull it too late, so I pulled, and I felt nothing but resistance. My chute had failed. Suddenly, I found myself spiraling out of control, and that weightlessness feeling was now turning into something disorienting. I wondered if I'd pass out before I hit the ground. I hoped that I would. In moments of clarity, all I could see was that the ground below was getting closer with each passing second. Panic set in, but I knew that I had to keep a clear head if I wanted to make it out of this alive. Instinctively, I reached for my emergency parachute, and I pulled the cord with all my might. The sudden jolt brought me to a halt, and my body jerked as the secondary parachute deployed. I let out the sigh of relief, but my ordeal was far from over. I was off course. Suspended thousands of feet above the ground, I had to navigate my way back to safety. In those moments of floating back down to reality, all the trivial worries and stresses seemed insignificant. I was grateful for the opportunity to experience such a rush. Especially since I had survived it. I'd eventually landed with a thud, a few scrapes and bruises, but I was on solid ground again. And call me crazy, but I continue to skydive to this day. I just carry a newfound respect for the unpredictable nature of the world. When my dad was a kid, he saw a lady die on the Matterhorn bobsled ride at Disneyland. He was in one of those sky gondolas as one of the bobsleds was going over a big hill. He saw the lady's seatbelt give way, cutting her loose. Then he saw her sort of bounce out of the coaster, go over the rails, and onto another set of rails below. Still in clear sight, another bobsled comes down the rails that the woman landed on. When they come into contact, she's run over by the bobsled, and it gets stuck on top of her with a sickening crunch of gears and bones, one that could be heard before total chaos broke loose. The people on the bobsled start screaming at the top of their lungs, the front row wiping blood from their eyes and face. My dad watched the whole thing unfold before my grandparents realized what was happening and had the sense to cover his eyes. Apparently, seeing all of that really messed him up. I truly thought it was our family's income that made us a Six Flags family instead of Disney. We technically lived closer to Disney, but Dad always was so against it. Then he would clam up and get grumpy if we'd ask why he felt that way. One summer, I even offered to sell lemonade to help pay for the family's trip. He got really mad about that, but now I think I understand.